Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. You just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
The crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Nick, how are you? How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. And we bring in our NFL draft correspondent and expert, a man who, I mean, they call him the Nostradamus, how he knows where everybody's going in every exact pick in every exact order. It's Mr. John Bishop.
Hi, John.
How are you, man?
I didn't know. I didn't know that's what I was now.
Oh, no, Matt misspoke. He meant to call you Notre Dumbass.
Yes, I did. What do you have to say for yourself? I mean, I think we need to
I'm not the one that made the pick.
We have to have a meeting here. I mean, this is
But we don't have to have a meeting.
No.
I was wrong.
Obviously,
I was wrong.
You know,
but then again, many people were wrong because it caught a lot of folks by surprise.
Let me tell you something right now. At 1620 The Zone, we're all about integrity. We're all about credibility.
Don't preach to me about integrity.
We're all about, bringing the most solid, accurate, descriptive sport opinions possible. And it's just, you know what?
If that's the case, we'd all be fired.
The station took a hit yesterday. It really took a hit yesterday. When one of our most trusted and experienced voices made a proclamation. This exact do we have it here? Do we have the proclamation that was made by one of our most trusted people on the Zone? Nick?
Did you guys have it? I didn't get a chance to get it uploaded today. I know. I'm the worst.
And bingo was his name-o. Just stamp that right there.
You want to come at me. You want to come at me with my terrible prediction. You go through this long wind-up. I mean, you're on the mound, and you're ready to throw your 98-mile-an-hour fastball, and you're in the wind-up, and then you realize, oh, crap,
my catcher's not there. My catcher, no. No,
it's on you.
That's not on me.
It's on you to make sure.
Nick, how do you not have the drop?
What do you mean?
Wait. How am I supposed to know that Nick doesn't have the drop? It's on a promo. How do you not have the drop?
What do you mean it's on a promo?
I made a promo of your thing.
Good grief.
Okay, will you let me talk, or we're just going to keep
Josh's
talking
microphone
over me?
on right now.
You turned it into a promo, but you didn't just save it and load it while you were.
How does that happen?
Sorry, I was in the bathroom, and
how did this occur? How do you?
Great.
This is your thumbnail. Your thumbnail is the pick. The whole theme of the show is going to be the pick. We're going to get emails. We're going to get calls. We're going to get text messages, and we don't have the drop ready to go.
We have some guests today, and since it's just a me and John show, there's a lot of prep I had to do behind the scenes to make graphics and stuff for the video stream, and it was on my list, and I just didn't get to it, and I forgot about it because there were other things that I was doing. But I can do that right now. I have the drop. I didn't upload the drop. How's that?
You have the drop.
It's not John Carlos. Anybody can just do the drop.
Great. This is great. Everyone's ready to dog on me, and now poor Nick is taking straight. Thank you, Nick, for jumping on the grenade for me today.
Anybody can just take a reservation. You have to hold the reservation. See, that's what you don't get. The hold part. Anybody can just take the drop. You need to place the drop. You need to place it.
Anyway, all the video graphics today are going to be great.
They're going to be incredible.
I'm glad. I'm glad the video. I mean, that's the most important thing.
Look, it's become incumbent upon me to try and clown you for your dismissal of not taking a quarterback at 13. But I didn't think they'd do it. Can I tell you this right now? I actually did not think your question of is anybody other than the Cardinals going to take Ty Simpson? I didn't think it was as crazy as your co-host thought it was. The vibe of the draft
I heard was that that they were the team that was most interested.
The vibe of the draft was that the Cardinals are the team to beat when it comes to acquiring Ty Simpson. That Ty Simpson was going to go in the first round. It was going to be the Cardinals pick. So I don't think it was as crazy of a prediction to be like, hey, is anyone other than this team going to draft?
Well, it probably wasn't a great prediction. I think what we changed it to was better. But yeah, I mean, but the bottom line is, it was funny because I'm sitting there watching it, and you could tell. Now I watch NFL Network. I don't watch ESPN.
Okay,
but you could because they were playing catch up with the picks all night long because of the 8 minutes between selections, you could tell that before the pick was made, the way they were talking up Ty Simpson, it's like, oh crap, they're actually going to do it. So my sense of dread had already started to build. And then the pick was made. It was like, oh, I'm going to catch hell for this.
There was so I was watching the ESPN broadcast and they show him in the draft room.
Yeah.
And I was like, whoa, this is kind of a relief for them to put the camera on him. Like if they're going to put it on him now, it's going to be a long night for him. Like he's going to, because we're only about an hour and 20 into the draft. At this point, it's like the draft feels like it's going to go 4 hours. And you're like, he might be in for a tough night, but he's laughing, and he's having a great time in the green room. And then 10 minutes later, he was picked by the Rams. And I thought back to that moment immediately of him like having such a great time. I was like, he definitely knew right then and there, his agent or something knew. Now, there was some cherry picking in the broadcast medium because apparently they had called Stafford to get his, be like, hey, we're doing this. Right. And then all of a sudden, like, in their pre-draft shows, there are people like, oh, Ty Simpson to the Rams, whatever. And then he got picked. And then, McShay's like, I called it. I thought it was going to happen. It seemed like earlier in the day, the people that were in the know kind of knew that this was happening. Like it seemed like the pick got it kind of got tipped before it was going to occur.
At least it seems like it did. Cause I was listening to Peter Schrager this morning on ESPN and he was saying that, about this time yesterday, his phone was lighting up with people around the NFL asking him about Ty Simpson. So he knew that there was some smoke that was coming. But, it still doesn't make it any less shocking. The interesting thing is now we spend, the next, well, it's not been 24 hours yet, but the next, 20 hours chewing it over and, either doubling down on the hatred or now trying to spin yourself into making it, sound like it's better than it is.
The Rams are spinning it. Did you read the Fowler story? Fowler just dropped a story about the
I haven't
process.
Seen that. No.
So basically, Jeremy Fowler of ESPN wrote an article that's titled "Inside Rams' Decision to Draft QB Ty Simpson at number 13." And Fowler cites sources, quote unquote, that are in and around the building that said that McVey was completely in on the pick and that McVey was kind of acting the way that he did during the pick and during the press conference to try and protect Stafford, that he didn't want it to be too giddy and wanted to kind of calm things down a little bit to potentially, back Stafford. And then it actually went as far as to say that they didn't want the interest of the Rams to get out to the NFL because they thought that the McVey stamp on Simpson would make people more interesting and more difficult for him to fall at 13.
All of it's plausible and makes sense.
Yeah, I'm going to be real with you. I think it sounds like a pretty good PR cleanup, in my opinion. That's kind of how it would like sources now inside the Rams being like, oh, we didn't want to reveal it because we thought other teams would want it. It just all seems very convenient to try and cover up the fact.
Of course it does, but
he seemed pretty ticked off at the presser. Like he didn't seem too happy.
Come on, man, this is LA. This is acting town. This is Hollywood, baby. This is what we do.
I don't know if I'm Ty Simpson. I like that acting job.
We're going to have JB Long on the voice of the Rams in about an hour. So I'll ask him, because he's been around the guy more than anyone else, has interviewed him on a regular basis. So I'll be curious to see what his thoughts are. But sure, if you're dead set against this, then obviously you're not going to believe any kind of the spin. But, there have been the people like Orlovsky, most notably,
who
were like, hey, I talked to 12 to 14 different, personnel guys around the league and asked them who the best quarterback was in the draft. And only 2 of them came back and said it was Mendoza. So, there's going to be a lot of that again. But the thing about this isn't going to be proven for at least another year. Well, it's going to be more than a year. It's going to be at least 2 years. Even if Stafford retires after this season, barring disaster and, Simpson's got to play early. But this isn't going to be known for a while. And so the thing I don't like probably more about the pick is the take factory that's going to come from it, because the people's narratives have already been written. As a fan, okay?
Yeah.
As a fan and as somebody who, believes in these guys. I believe in Les Snead and I believe in Sean McVey. I am certainly willing to give the benefit of the doubt. I'm still disappointed that it came where it did. I'm not disappointed that it came.
Sure.
I'm just disappointed where it came because I think they could have gotten it for a better price and maybe traded down a little bit.
Yeah.
Because we saw all the trades in the back half of the draft. There was probably an opportunity there. Now, that said, if they were playing this whole cloak and dagger game and they realized, man, we can't take the chance of trading back because, maybe our interest is going to get out and then all of a sudden someone's going to jump up. Maybe the Jets will jump in and grab him or something.
So there in the Fowler article, it states that reportedly the Rams got calls at 13. There's once again the kind of the object that maybe teams were trying to trade up to 13 to take Simpson at 13.
Right.
And the Rams were like, no, this is our guy. Now here, I'll tell you one thing I don't really like, and it has nothing to do with the take factory, the spin zones, or the PR, whatever. This is just the football combo. The guy was at Alabama for 4 years. He sat for 3 years, okay? And then he played one season where he made 15 starts. In the back half of those starts, he wasn't very impressive. He goes to the NFL draft, cool. He gets drafted by the Los Angeles Rams. He's now going to sit again. So, you're looking at a situation here where out of the last 5 years, Ty Simpson has played 1 year of football. It could even get to the point where what if Stafford decides to come back after this season? So then he's going to sit again. So then you're going to have him sit 5 of 6 years. I mean, I don't know. At a certain point, the best thing for Ty Simpson is playing actual football as opposed to learning about football and being told what the game is going to be like as opposed to fully experiencing the game. So I worry about that from a football perspective. Sure. And I also ask the question, and this might rile you up, but I think it's a fair question. Do you think there's a world where Ty Simpson goes into a starting season as the Los Angeles Rams quarterback and Sean McVay is never the coach for that? Do you think that there's a world where Sean McVay is never the head coach when this is the year Ty Simpson is going to start?
Well, yeah, absolutely. There's a chance.
And I think I think you have to factor that into.
You can factor that, but then also if we're going to play that,
let's play.
Then you can also say, then this is Les Snead's way of saying, well, my coach might be going somewhere, but I'm not. And if I'm going to still be here for the long haul, I've got to have my future already planned.
Sure.
So we know this much. He's going to get at least 1 year of tutelage under McVay and Stafford. We know that much.
Yeah.
And
good
then,
point.
and
under Bennett.
And
and maybe under Garoppolo. Or maybe under Flacco.
No, I think Jimmy G's I think Jimmy G's retiring.
Yeah,
but either way, I
don't know how you make that decision.
This certainly could be possible. But a couple of the things, and I'll talk about this a little bit later when we get the Grum started. And but two narratives that have come out of this that I will dismiss completely out of hand.
Okay, go.
The one is Matt Stafford's upset.
No. Why would he
he's
be?
not.
Why would
That's
he
ridiculous.
Be? It makes no
this
sense.
is a guy who the last 2 off seasons has taken a little extra time at the end of each season to decide whether or not he's going to come back for another year.
Yeah.
I mean, at most, Stafford's got 2 years left. I think at most.
Oh, yeah, I agree. I mean, the back thing was it's very strange, John, that we went into the year being like, oh, the back might be an issue. The back might be an issue. Then we won an MVP. I mean, that was kind of that doesn't go away.
No, it doesn't. But yeah, so to suggest that this is an Aaron Rodgers, I think too many people are poisoned by the whole Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love thing. Well, that's because Aaron Rodgers is Aaron Rodgers,
or the
Matthew
Favre,
Stafford,
or the Favre,
or the Favre Rodgers thing. This is not that.
I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that.
Matthew. I don't think Matthew Stafford, the relationship that he has with those guys, they know. Yeah. I mean, the Rams are going to have to address the future of the quarterback position within the next 12 to 18 months. They decided to address it at the front end of that. Okay, so be it. So there's one narrative I'm going to dismiss. The other part of this, and while, yes, I am disappointed that they didn't go out and get a Mekhi Lemon. They didn't go out and get, the receiver, Omar Cooper from from
Indiana.
or a Concepcion from Texas A&M or any of the receivers that were out there. The Rams were not one number 3 receiver away from the Super Bowl last year. The Rams were Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson away from the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah, I think the
Rams already addressed the number 1 most important thing that had to be addressed in the offseason to putting the Rams in a better position to be in the Super Bowl. That doesn't mean that you don't continue to get better as other teams also try to get better. But I don't want people to look at this necessarily and say that, oh man, they blew an opportunity to make their team better. Yeah, they may have blown an opportunity to make it a little more better, but the number 1 most important thing that LA had to do in the offseason, they already took care of. The Rams already spent a number 1 pick, and they got it in Trent McDuffie.
So let's break that down, okay? Because you're right. It's a luxury pick. Let's just call that what it is.
Or at least
it's a luxury pick.
They treated it as such.
Yeah, because
I mean, you can argue whether or not it should have been treated as such, but that's how they treat it.
Well, I don't know. I don't think a luxury pick is how you treat it or not. I think it's just what it is, right?
Yeah.
They were the Super Bowl. They are the Super Bowl favorites heading into day 1 of the NFL draft.
Right.
They're plus 800. The Seahawks are plus 1,000. So they walked in with a top 15 pick, which is value, okay, already being the Super Bowl champions. So there's a luxury there, right? And their most pressing need is what you just mentioned, a 3rd wide receiver, right? Now, I would go as far as to say this, though. I don't think you can poo-poo the fact that the Rams had an opportunity to add somebody who could be on the field, who actually could make a play and actually contribute to them winning a Super Bowl with that 13th pick. That's something that they could have done. Mm-hmm. They decided not to, and I think they are, if people want to criticize them for that, I don't have any problem with that because they decided to take a guy who definitively will not play this year. So if you want to,
in a best case scenario, won't play this year.
Yes, but I don't want to I don't want to say that isn't a point of criticism. I think that could be a point of criticism. You can always add to the O line. You can always add to the D line. You could, always add. Now, I think the secondary at this point and the wider, in the running back room, you don't need to add to that because that's already figured itself out. But I don't think that's a point that you could be like, oh, I'm not going to take that. I definitely think that you can make that criticism. I just think that's probably it's less of, I don't think the pick, the only real definitive criticism you can make is it seemed like Ty Simpson wasn't a guy that a lot of people thought was going to be a top 15 pick, and they took him at top 15. And you've already made that point. You don't hate the pick. You just don't like where they took him. That's the real criticism. There's more of the more of this conversation is the very weird tone between McVey and Snead and how this pick has been made. And the real conversation is, did they make a pick that their head coach, who's won a Super Bowl, who's been with them for 9 years, who is one of the best in the game, did they make a pick that he didn't agree with or that he did not want or he did not think is necessary? That is the real conversation to be had.
It is.
Because they made a pick yesterday that could have gotten them even a tiniest bit step closer to winning a Super Bowl. And they opted to draft a guy that he may never really coach in a starting role.
Well, but you don't know that. You don't know. The problem is you don't know that. Only McVey really knows that answer, and he probably doesn't even know it right now because.
But there's the potential there. Would you?
There's the potential there, but there's also. I mean, there's the potential they could have picked Mekhi Lemon, and McVey wasn't going to be around in 2 years to coach.
But Mekhi Lemon is going to be on the field this year. Mekhi Lemon had the opportunity to get the Rams a step closer to winning a Super Bowl. Right?
Sure.
Ty Simpson, nothing Ty Simpson does this year will help them win a Super Bowl in a perfect world.
The one thing the Rams and this management group has going for it is that their last 2 homegrown stud wide receivers were taken 3rd round or later.
Sure.
Rams have a 2nd and a 3rd coming up tonight. Who's to say? And there's good receivers still out there.
Boston's out there.
Who's to say that they're not banking
Sure.
on their own track record of being able to go out and identify guys? Because remember, we're talking about a number 3 receiver. Whoever you're going to get is not going to be treated like Puka, not going to be treated like Devontae. So So you're going into it with a mindset of, all right, we're going to make this team better this year. Let's do it with somebody who's going to fit that role and not going to expect to get 100 balls thrown their way this season, because we've already got the alpha and the omega in there, not to mention all these damn tight ends and our 13 personnel and everything else that they're running with. So I think, in the biggest picture, this is a very incomplete question, because, again, in a best case scenario, Ty Simpson's not seeing the field for 2 more years. But it's also an incomplete question in the short term, because let's see what they do tonight and the rest of this weekend, because they may still be able to address some of the things to make them better. Yeah. While also tending to the future, because one of the things that's being brought up is, well, but look at next year's quarterback class. You got all of these guys,
but they're not going to be.
If the Rams are in the position that they think they should be in and are supposed to be in, they ain't going to be in position to draft Mestamaker or Arch or all the other guys that are coming out next year. So unless you're going to make some bonzo trade, like you did last year to get into the top 15 again, like you did with the Falcons, you can't bank on that. So they decided to address the situation this year with a guy that they're saying I'm not saying, they're saying is a possible franchise quarterback.
Well, but I also think they've kind of been placed with him in the situation that they're in. And that's, I think, what you kind of just described. Like unless they are bad, they will never be in a situation to draft a guy that is the second quarterback taken off the board in the next 5 years. They just won't, because that's that's just where they're at as a franchise. But I don't know. I think it was a little high, but I just the tone of McVey is it's very strange. I also think, though, when you talk about Lemon being a third wide receiver, like Lemon after this season would be their second wide receiver. I don't think Devontae Adams is going to be around after next year.
Probably not, but
Stafford could. So that's enough. Yeah. But that's a whole. Now we're getting into the very tedious details of this entire conversation.
Yeah.
So I want to complain about something to you, and I think you might agree with it. So the idea of having 8-minute timers, right, was so we could get through the slog a little bit quicker. Like, let's be real. The NFL draft is fun, but it's a slog at times. Like, it's a long process. So they moved the ticker down from 10 minutes to 8 minutes. And yet we're still slogging, and we're still getting 3 picks behind. And I don't know what was going on yesterday. Like, I went in optimistic.
The problem is they're trying to get all their commercials in and all their gimmicks. And, we got to bring out the Make-A-Wish kit. Not that these are necessarily bad, but you bring out the Make-A-Wish kit to make the pick.
Out of all the examples, pick the Make.
But no, seriously, but the NFL, again, this. In all reality, all this is an office meeting, right? Okay. This is an office meeting where we're 32 people sit around a table. Okay, your turn, pick, go. Your turn, pick, go. And we've turned it into this giant dog and pony show. Yeah. It is a circus. It is a television event. It's an office meeting turned into a television event. So the NFL's got to get in all these different sponsored things and, stuff like that. I mean, I didn't think it felt like a slug. What was it over by 10, 15?
I mean, it was long. It was long, and they were 4 picks behind at one point. I mean, it was.
Well, they were, but I think that's because the shortened timer.
But here's the thing, John. We had a 2-minute shortened timer, which in theory you eliminate at least like 60 minutes of time to ponder, right? And it's one of those instances where somehow it still felt long.
But again, because the NFL's got to get in all their bits.
I think. What do you prefer? Get in all their bits. Do you prefer just we have a call-in number? We just do it over the phone, and you just hit a certain number.
It's funny you say that because when Darren Erstad was taken first overall in '95, by the Angels, I was on the conference call.
Where are you? You typed in?
Because that's how Major League Baseball did it. Yeah. It was you got in, you dialed into a conference call, and then everybody, and it was very,
Was it hard to get the number? Did you have to Nicolas Cage, or was it just out there in the open?
No, I
It was
don't
in the
remember
yellow
who
pages?
I don't remember who I got it from. I think I got it from Nebraska. It wasn't like it was a hidden thing or
Sure,
anything.
Sure.
I mean, you had to be accredited media, but
You didn't have
we
to
just
steal the
we
Declaration
just wanted
of
the
Independence.
audio, and I bet somewhere in my archives I have it, but
That's
it's just
crazy.
this player number 68327 Erstad Darren, University of Nebraska. It was very But I mean that's what they used to do. Every draft is now this this big production because the NFL draft's the biggest production of them all. But I mean, they were backed up, but it was because they had to get in all their bits. Because it's a show.
Bringing up the Make-A-Wish kids to make the pick I don't think bit is the best definition of that. Probably the best.
I mean, that's what it's. Just because it's
kidding.
a bit
doesn't mean
it's a bad bit. Don't turn into severe on me. It's a bit.
Gimmicks and bits.
Bad. There's good bits and there's bad bits.
I could do a little
bit. Good gimmicks and there's bad gimmicks.
I could do a little bit less of Jerome Bettis as opposed to the Make-A-Wish kids. It's probably on my wish list. They still do that, by the way, for the MLB draft.
Someone tell that poor kid that did the Seattle pick that you don't have to do this to the microphone. Oh my God, that was painful.
Hey, we still have radio professionals who do that over here. So, it's a tough lesson to learn.
But usually you do it as a bit.
Now I back up now. When I yell over here. I'm now better about it. But what I was gonna say is that they still do that for the MLB, where it's not a phone call anymore, but they have a running live stream that you go to MLB.com and you hit, or at least this was a couple of years ago, where you hit play and then you can have it on your computer and you turn up the volume all the way. Because my buddy got drafted, he was a catcher at Michigan State. And he got drafted in the 10th round. And he told us, he goes, hey, I'm going to go. My agent tells me I'm going to go from rounds 8 to 13. That's kind of my range. So we all logged on and we brought up the computer and I had it on I connected my computer to a Bluetooth speaker and I put it in the family room and I was just hearing all of these different guys get drafted. And I was like on my phone and all of a sudden I didn't hear his name. I heard catcher, Michigan State. I go, whoa, there's got another one. And so I had to go and back it back up to hear his name. So
the first round, obviously they do the first round.
Yeah, but even the MLB draft doesn't really have a dog and pony show. That's kind of the
one, because it's just not that big.
Who cares? I mean, just to be real, that's the one thing. The MLB, what the NFL and the NBA have compared to the NHL and the MLB is that we draft a player and 6 months later, you will see that player playing football. You draft a player in baseball, it's going to be at the earliest a year and a half, maybe even 2 years.
Well, for most of them.
Year and a half is pretty quick for a lot.
Yeah, but the calls up to the majors have gotten shorter and shorter every year.
That's a good point.
Hell, we've had guys playing the College World Series and then be in the majors that
Chalowski's probably going to be able to be the starting the start for the White Sox when he gets picked.
That's probably true.
Seriously. Murakami, what a contract, by the way. Can't believe
I did not see it. What was it?
It's like $16 million a year is what they're paying him for him to hit all those bombs.
Oh my God. Can the White Sox afford that? I mean, they only draw like 16 people to their game.
You know what? But have you eaten the food before? Is what we always
I have not been to a White Sox game in 20 years.
I don't think it's going to be any different.
Probably not.
I think it's still a crappy neighborhood. It's still a crappy ballpark. It's still a crappy team. It's still a crappy owner. The only thing different is they got Cuban sandwiches there now, John.
Oh wow.
Yeah. They got and I think they took down the stir fry station. There's no longer any walk off in the left field corner. Yeah, I know. WOK off. But you can get corn off the cob. You ever have a lotte corn off the cob, John Bishop?
A what?
A lotte corn off the cob.
Is that the Mexican street corn?
Yeah, but they take it off. They take it off the cob, not on the Randall, off the Randall.
Yeah, I mean, does it taste any? It probably doesn't taste any different.
Well, it's easier to eat. Don't you feel embarrassed when you eat a corn on the cob?
Embarrassed?
No.
You don't feel
a rite of passage where I'm from.
I don't know. It's a kind of. It's just a little. It's a little messy.
It's no different than eating fried chicken.
Oh, eating corn
nowadays
off the cob
nobody
is
eats
very
chicken on the bone anymore. It's all about the chicken strips and the nuggies.
I did have chicken tenders yesterday from Popeyes. I committed 2 crimes from John Bishop. I ate at Popeyes and I had tenders.
it's not a crime for either. The crime is how badly they treat people when they serve them.
But don't you think that places that don't treat you great make some of the best food? You've been to Chicago. You've been to those grill stands. They don't have great service there, yet they serve you beautifully delicious food. There is a place in Omaha that I have eaten at that they did not treat me well from a customer service perspective. And the food was awesome, and I loved that they did it that way. I will not say what the establishment is.
You loved that they treated you poorly?
Because it was just kind of a vibe. It was a vibe that it was kind of like it was more of a.
Oh, yeah, but was that their gimmick?
I don't know.
Like, was this like Ed DeBevick's?
No, it wasn't their gimmick. It wasn't their bit to make fun of me. And they didn't make fun of me. It just wasn't like, hey, how you doing? What do you want? It was more of like, what do you want? All right, cool. Great. Here you go. And I ate and like it added to the experience.
Is that necessarily treating you poorly, or is that just, not going over and above? I mean, being treated poorly is being made to wait extra time or ignoring you.
No. I would rather
serving you like they do at the 50th or 52nd Dodge Popeyes or whatever address it is.
No, they served me. It's not 52nd. It's behind
or
us.
48th or whatever. I don't know.
It's 46th. Get it
46th.
Right. You're gonna make fun of it. Get it right. It's a good Popeyes.
I know where it is. It's down the street. And there's always cars waiting because, kids inside aren't paying attention.
I turned left off of Dodge for the first time ever. It was quite the experience.
Into our parking lot?
No, into the Popeyes parking lot.
Well, you're allowed to do that.
I know.
It's a business, so.
Played it perfectly. You have to
now,
wait
why
a
did you
bit.
do that? You go in the back way. From our station, you go in the back way.
I didn't think about it that way. I was just like,
wow.
Gotta go down that.
So you were the jerk store that held up the lines because you didn't go at the back way.
Did not hold up a line at all.
Oh,
Played it perfectly. I saw that you're going down the hill, right?
Right.
And so you could see all of the traffic coming through. And I go,
Right.
I identified my pocket 30 seconds before it happened. And I go, right, and I kind of was slowing down a little bit to like time it out. And then I just I scooted in there. I will say this, if there was not a pocket for me to turn, I was just going to keep going straight.
Right. And which is the nice thing to do. I won't do that either.
I will never stop traffic turning
as one who has often turned left off of Dodge Street, but I won't do it. I will not do it if it means I'm stopping in front of traffic and making everyone hold up. If not, I just keep going through.
So good. I feel like I need a sticker now. I turned left off of Dodge and then just put it right there on my patch. I got my one of my Omaha patches.
You might be able to wear that and get half price off a ride on the streetcar. When it ever gets done.
How much is it going to cost to ride?
I have no idea.
That thing's going to cost?
Nobody knows.
Yeah.
Well, it should. I mean, what would be the point of it if you're not trying to make revenue off of it?
That's a good point. It's a good point. I didn't think of
definitely not doing it for the convenience and good of the people.
No, hell no.
Great point, Nick Grimm.
That is a bad gimmick.
And this was a good
streetcar
gimmick.
In Omaha is a bad gimmick. The crossover is a good gimmick. Actually, it's now become a bit. It's our bit.
God, I don't want to do the math between gimmicks and bits. It sounds like awesome.
We haven't really done a great job of establishing what's what, but we'll get there at some point.
That's why we need Josh Peterson and his big brain. But he's not here today. He's running.
His big what?
His big hair. He's got a lot of hair.
He does have a lot of hair.
It's a lot of hair. It's ridiculous.
It's the only thing of his that's big.
Whoa! Not like Vrabel.
All right. Well, have a good weekend. Good luck to the Bears.
Thank you. Yeah, should be. We got some things to do.
I'd say I'll see you Sunday, but I know I won't. So,
what are you going to do Sunday?
The guy in the middle is getting married.
That's me. Hello.
Oh, yeah, whatever. Have fun.
No, you have mixed dibs of Palooza to look forward to.
No, I'm actually going to be recovering from a massive hangover on Sunday. Zach Bryan, baby.
Zach Bryan.
Gonna be fun. All right, see you, John.
You're back. There he is. That's Matt. It's Crossover, powered by Every Level Concrete, Parent Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. More on the Ty Simpson pick, and a busy Grum today. Very busy Grum today, which also includes $600 million of new stadium. It's all coming up today on Unsportsmanlike Conduct, next on 1620 The Zone.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
All right, take your Dramamine, because there's going to be a lot of spinning going on today. My head is still spinning after last night.
Woof.
Try to make it stop.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
And welcome to the ballpark.
The Rams are not taking him at 13.
Right there. Welcome to the ballpark, everybody.
Nice. What's it like there, John? Do you
It's sunny.
smell the
and,
hot dogs? Do you
No, there's no
smell
hot
the
dogs
beer?
cooking yet. I don't smell any beer. Right now, I smell whatever's burning in the air right now. I don't know what that is. But either way, tonight, Creighton begins a 3-game series with Butler here at Charles Schwab Field. Jays are in first place in the Big East, or at least fighting for first place in the Big East. And we'll have coverage on our sister station, 1180 Yacht Rock, starting tonight at 6 o'clock. Meanwhile, we've got a lot to come today. No Josh today. He is out. He is, he's trying to run a marathon, but his physical condition hasn't been great. So hopefully he feels better soon and maybe gets a chance to run. But he was already planning on taking the day off, which is probably a good thing because I don't need to hear his cackling after what happened last night. I wonder when he made that video. I think he made it before the pick was even in, because he wanted it ready to go just in case, because it took maybe a nanosecond for that thing to get out, which, short spells is probably what Josh is best familiar with.
Nice.
But
The Rams are not taking him at 13.
Listen, I am here to own my mistake. At least I wasn't the only idiot who was adamant that he wasn't going to get picked this high. But yes, I was probably the most adamant that Ty Simpson wasn't going to go. As we bring you the Grum Down. Simpson, eh?
Nice.
Simpson surprise. There it is. It happened. And of all the occasions, I mean, we've been in NFC championship games. We've been in Super Bowls. We've done many great things. But today is the day we finally get to talk to the voice of the Rams. JB Long is going to join us in the 3 o'clock hour. We'll get his read on everyone reading body language and trying to determine whether or not the Rams are working us, or if they're shooting, or if Les Snead's going to get shot by his head coach. I don't know. There's many opinions on this, but
many takes.
We will discuss what was the biggest story out of last night's first round with JB Long, the voice of the Rams, coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. As the Jays seek first place here at Charles Schwab Field, Nebraska hits the road to hold on to their resume as they take on the Fighting Illini of Illinois. And on that note, Kendall Rogers will join us today at about 4:30 this afternoon from D1 Baseball. I got a lot of questions for him about, the mechanics of, this stretch run of, Nebraska building its resume. How good is it? Are the commissioners, or the selection committee going to look at regionality a little bit? Could Nebraska benefit from that? And other items around college baseball, as we are inside of 50 days to the Men's College World Series.
Where we'll be smelling hot dogs and beer.
Oh, we'll be smelling a lot of stuff here. burning flesh,
Jeez.
sunscreen. Well, I mean, people get burned here.
Yeah, but it's not a volcano, John. It's not. We're not all going to look like Anakin at the end of Revenge of the Sith.
Thank God. Thank God. Troy Dannon will be shedding some light on the stadium project. You got a press conference scheduled later this afternoon. We'll bring you some of that today. I think we'll plan on that during the happy hour. But the Board of Regents did approve the measure to improve Memorial Stadium. More on that in a moment. Kent's Movie Club this week. Kent will join us to talk American Gangster.
Nice.
With Denzel Washington and Russell Crowe.
Now, I don't want to call my shot too early here, John, but I think that Denzel Washington guy, pretty good actor. I could see him going places.
I could too. And then in the final hour today, we'll have back-to-back interviews. Big weekend for Blue Jays stick and ball sports because the Creighton softball team is also contending for first place in the league. They are at UConn. We will catch up with head coach Krista Wood, and I will catch up with Mark Kingston prior to first pitch tonight on this Blue Jay Bulldog weekend. So that'll be coming up in our final half hour today. And then, of course, it is a Friday, so it is a One Beer Friday. Also, predictions. Where will Emmett go? Could Emmett Johnson hear his name tonight in the third round, or does he have to wait until Saturday? And will any other Huskers go this weekend in the NFL draft? So we'll discuss those things as well coming up in predictions. So even without Josh, we have a very busy show for you today. I will get to all of my takes about the Simpson selection and all the noise that's coming out of it a little bit later on. We'll wait. We'll do it next segment. But I did want to mention that the Board of Regents today unanimously, well, I should say unanimous, the votes that count. Apparently the student regent who gets a vote, but the vote doesn't count.
What? Well, hold on.
Not vote for it.
What's the point of that?
Well, you know, it's a school and there's kids in school, so let's give the kids a chance to let their voice be heard, but not really.
That's fantasy regent. He's playing fantasy regent.
I have no idea, but apparently the students weren't a fan of the renovations, but the rest of the regents were. It did pass unanimously. And Troy Dan's going to have a press conference here in about 15 or 20 minutes. We'll bring you some of the highlights coming up a little bit later on in the Grum. But the $600 million project.
$800.
$800 project has been approved. And so work actually has already begun, not necessarily on this specifically. They already had some things that they were going to do in the West Stadium, improve the kitchen facilities and whatnot. So
they're already laying the dynamite.
Those of you who are going to that concert tomorrow night might notice, a few extra things, sitting outside waiting to go in. But,
don't press the plunger down. Not yet.
No, they haven't set the dynamite yet. They have not. I don't know how they're going to bring the stadium. I'm assuming it's going to be it's a disassembling. I don't think they're going to implode it.
Oh, they should implode it.
I don't think you can risk imploding it because there's too many buildings close by.
I love a good implosion.
I mean, I would too. It would be fun.
They could sell tickets to it. They could fundraise.
They could, but again, there's the risk of danger. There's the risk of damaging other buildings. I mean, I don't want Old Father Hall, beloved Old Father Hall, which was the home of the School of Broadcast and Journalism back when I was going to school. I don't want that to be damaged, and you got a chem lab right across the street. You don't want the chem lab. I mean, something goes bad in the chem lab, look out.
Take out the chemicals. I don't know.
Yeah, hopefully, you know what? If any of my media brethren who will be at said press conference happen to be listening right now, please ask how they plan to demolish South Stadium. And is there any possibility that we'll need a plunger? I doubt it. I'm guessing they're just going to take it apart piece by piece, but, a kid can dream. Because we've only had, I can't think if it's ever happened in Omaha, but the original Cornhusker Hotel in Lincoln was demolished with dynamite back in the early 80s. And that was a big thing on television. But I think I want to say that's the only, big demolition that, was that's happened in this state. Famously, we don't have a lot of tall buildings.
We need more big demolitions. We just do. And
maybe,
Memorial's tall.
Heck, maybe they're building the World of Mutual of Omaha Tower so they can just blow it up.
Oh,
That's what we used to do on the 4th of July. We used to get our old models out because we had run out of things to blow up, and we'd slap it together as fast as we could, only so that we could blow it up with fireworks.
You know those little fireworks you could get? They look like cars or boats. Then you lit the fuse, and then they go.
Yeah, they're so goofy.
I like to get the boats, put them in one of those tiny like Walmart plastic pools, and then throw the tiny little water dynamite sticks as like depth charges to try to sink the boats.
We may have done something like that with bathtub toys and M80s back in the day. I can neither
Confirm nor deny.
Confirm or deny. That's the word I was looking for. 402-951-1620. If you'd like to hit us up on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline, the YouTube comment section is already cooking and going today, and I'm sure it will be cooking even more after I have to say what I need to say about the Ty Simpson pick. But if you want to comment there, please do. Or tweet at us at USC1620. It's the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. If you'd like to, there you go. Nice. You can also send us a pic of what you're drinking and use the hashtag OneBeerFriday into the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. And we'll share it with the rest of the world. And if you want to email the Grum, John at 1620thezone.com. Your takes on the draft last night. It doesn't necessarily have to be what my team did. You could comment about what your team did.
Or my team.
Or the Dolphins.
Fins up.
If you want. All of that on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. So as I mentioned, it is a busy show. We are going to try to give you as much decent information and have a little fun all at the same time. JB Long, the voice of the Rams, will join us here in about 40 minutes. Also, Mike Vrabel made another
more picture.
Statement. No, not more. Not that I know of. Not that I know of. Maybe that's what the Rams were doing last night. It's like, hey, man, Coach Vrabel's really taking one on the chin. Maybe we need to do something to distract from all this talk about him. It worked. I mean, no one was talking about Vrabel last night. They were all talking about Ty Simpson and what the Rams did. So, good on us.
Good job, John.
You're welcome. You're welcome, New England. But, yeah, he had some things to say. We'll have comments on that and a whole lot more. So stick around. We'll be coming back in just a moment. It's John and Nick with you here today on The Grum, brought to you by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people. We will return live to the ballpark, Charles Schwab Field in downtown Omaha on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. back to Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, the Zone mobile app, zonetv.live, or our YouTube channel. Go and check us out on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com, search 1620 The Zone, and make sure you click the like and subscribe button so that you'll get notifications every time we go on the air. When we are live, wherever we be on YouTube.
That's true. And also don't forget that we're more than just live streaming. We have actual videos on our YouTube channel too, every single day. We have playlists also. Just check it all out. It's fun to explore.
The Bananas and Bangers Sweepstakes wants to know what your walk-up song is. Let us know, and you could win a 4-pack of sweet tickets to see the Savannah Bananas play at Memorial Stadium on June 13th. Get $200 and a free duct cleaning, which is a $900 value for McCarthy's 1 Hour Heating and Air. Enter online at 1620thezone.com, powered by McCarthy's 1 Hour Heating and Air. JB Long, the voice of the Rams, will join us in about 30 minutes. But
time to eat crow, John. You getting your fork and knife out?
I mean,
the Rams are not taking him at 13.
I didn't think they were. I really didn't think they were. So as I start, I want to try to do this without spinning the selection where it was at, because from that standpoint, I still disagree that the Rams got him at 13. I think they could have gotten him later, and maybe they should have traded back. Or took their chances and maybe made a move to get higher in the second round to get him, because I think he would have been available then. So fundamentally, as someone who went into the draft hoping that the Rams would go out and get another wide receiver, or maybe get the tight end from Oregon, Kenyon Snead, so I want to start this by saying I don't want to spin the pick where it was at. What I will try to do, though, is give some benefit of the doubt. Because, and you all know, I'm coming at this as a fan. I've been a fan of this franchise for almost 50 years. I've seen a lot of stuff. I've seen a lot of dysfunction in this organization. The last 8 years have been, without question, the best years of my Rams fandom ever. And, we won some divisions back in the day. We won a Super Bowl back in the day. But that was short-lived. This duo of Les Snead and Sean McVey, the only fan base that can claim that they have a better GM coach duo, are the Kansas City Chiefs. I have to give it to them. Brett Veach, Andy Reid, they have to be the best, right? I mean, they've got the proof in the pudding. They've got the 3 Super Bowls, and so I acquiesce to them. But clearly number 2 on that list, and the best in the NFC by far, is this pairing, coach and GM. It's been the best run that the Rams have had. And Sean McVay's the winningest coach in franchise history. He hasn't even been there a full decade. Think about it. This franchise has been around for almost 90 years. And this is the longest tenured, most winningest coach. There's a reason for that. So there is an element of benefit of the doubt where I at least have to step back and look and say, okay, what is it that they were thinking? The only thing I can think of when it comes to why this pick came where it did was because they were worried that their interest in him was going to get out. Peter Schrager, NFL insider for ESPN, said this morning that yesterday at this time, before the draft, his phone was blowing up with people around the league asking about Ty Simpson. That apparently there was some smoke, and people were starting to wonder a little bit. And as Matt mentioned earlier, there's the story on ESPN.com referencing the fact that, the Rams were trying to hide their interest in Simpson because if the notion of Sean McVey being interested in a quarterback got out instantly. Everyone, it's like everything else. There's a reason why Sean McVay's got all of these, disciples that are sprinkled around the league. It's because the NFL likes to see successful people and then assume that people around them are successful. And so like a savant, it's like the Oracle of Omaha, Warren Buffett. If Warren Buffett says this stock is good, all of a sudden everyone's jumping on that stock. Well, McVay's got some of that cachet in the NFL. So if that's true and they were worried about that getting out, then maybe I can understand why they didn't trade back, or maybe they didn't have any takers to trade back with, though Philly did move up a couple of spots. They even traded with their bitterest rivals, the Dallas Cowboys, to move up to get Mekhi Lemon at 20. So I do wonder if, maybe there could have been at least a little bit more effort had. Or perhaps the Rams were just absolutely dead set. Hey, this is our guy. This is the guy we want. The thing that is interesting about all of this is, and I heard this from Tom Pelissero, I think I heard it from at least in one other source last night, that and the thing that I'm still wrestling with in terms of the consistency, if Ty Simpson was supposed to be this second-round guy, why was he in the green room last night? Obviously, he knew something was coming. Now, Simpson also said in his post-draft press gathering that he hadn't had any contact with Snead. He hadn't had any contact with McVey. But yet he was in the green room last night. And so you've got that going up against the idea that Les Snead, who, goes back a few years with Ty Simpson's parents, especially his dad the coach, at the Rose Bowl last year, so we're talking last January, convinced Simpson's parents, as Simpson's parents were kind of shopping around, what should Ty do? Should he come out? Should he stay in another year? Apparently one of the voices that was loudest in their ear was Les Snead. And Les Snead was saying, he's a first-round guy. He's a first-round guy. Don't wait. He's a first-round guy. So you have that going up against the whole notion of, well, Simpson didn't have any contact with the Rams. He didn't talk to many of their scouts. He didn't talk to the head coach, or they didn't talk to the GM. Well, then why is he in the green room? So it almost feels a little bit to me like there is an element of cloak and dagger going on here. That the Rams had been interested in him for a while and were trying to hide that interest as much as they possibly could to throw off the scent, and always had this notion of picking him at 13. Again, that's some of the read that I have on this. I'm not trying to spin the pick where it is. I'm just trying to rationalize in my head why it was made when it was made. Now, the problem with a pick like this is it's going to have to wait a while before we know if it's actually the right one.
Mm-hmm.
Because in a best-case scenario, Ty Simpson's not playing for at least another 15 months, 16 months. That Matthew Stafford plays next year, wins the Super Bowl, rides off into the sunset, and then it's Ty Simpson's show in 2027. That's best-case scenario. Or, heck, it could even be 2028 if Stafford decides he wants to play another year after that, win or lose a Super Bowl this year. But either way, we're going to have to wait. Now, I think one of the things that we do have to consider here is that while, yes, the Rams could have made themselves better with a different pick at 13. They could have gotten a Mekhi Lemon. They could have got Omar Cooper. They could have gotten Concepcion. They could have gotten Kenyon Sadiq. They could have gotten another playmaker for the Rams offense. Are the Rams also banking on the fact that literally their last two homegrown all-pro wide receivers were guys taken in the 3rd and the 5th rounds? Talking about Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua. And so maybe they're banking on either pick 61 or pick 93, or if they trade up, that, they can still get that playmaker or at least somebody that can fill that role of the number 3 wide receiver, because you still have Adams and you still have Puka, but they can fit that role and you can still make the team better while also addressing the future at the same time. But the pressure now to hit is going to be higher because I know how this is all going to work. The narratives are already being written. If you were dead set on this being a bad pick, you're going to look and find every opportunity at every moment, at every turn of the upcoming season to say, well, there was a missed opportunity. I mean, imagine the next time, maybe the Rams go into a game next year where they don't have one of those 2 receivers. Oh, they could have used a Mekhi Lemon there. Oh, they could have used a Kenyon Sadiq there. So the narratives are already going to be written. Anytime the Rams slip up in 2026, well, there was an opportunity, and there's no way to necessarily prove it right or prove it wrong. If there's one small glimmer of positivity that has come out of all of this is I found out last night that the Rams do have a passionate fan base. I've been wondering for a long time, are they passionate? Do they exist? I've always wondered about that in my lifetime. There haven't been many of us who claim to be Rams fans, but especially after moving back to LA and seeing their stadium taken over by Frisco fans or Eagles fans or whoever else has come in there and had big crowds, that, well, there's not many of them. Well, they showed up last night because I saw the tweets, I saw the memes. So I guess if there's anything good that came out of it, at least I know I'm not alone, that there are other people out there that give a darn. But to that point, you have the one thing that you now are going to be dealing with, and I'm talking about Sean McVey and Les Snead and the Rams organization, is how to deal with the negativity. Because there's a lot of it out there. There are a lot of people that are really upset about this selection. And they're not even necessarily Rams fans. I mean, there's people that, just around the league are fans of other teams that are, saying, oh man, those guys, they got taken to the cleaners. Oh boy, they made a stupid decision. Boy, they made a reach there. That's their Trey Lance. And now they've got to figure out a way to sell it. They got to spin it and hope that negativity doesn't permeate the organization and get people pissed off and creates this unnecessary distraction. We've all seen it around here when it comes to Nebraska football. We've all seen it. What negativity that swirls around a program can do to an organization. Well, for the first time really in a long time, at least since the 2022 season, when the injuries tanked their Super Bowl defending season, for the first time since then, they have to deal with the swirl of, well, what are they up to? What's going on over there? Have these guys are really on the same page? There's a lot of talk, and we're going to talk about this with JB Long coming up, but the press conference last night. So Snead and McVey did a press conference last night, and there have been a lot of folks who've been watching it and parsing it and putting it together and saying, oh man, McVey looks pissed. Oh, he looks like a coach that had no bearing into this decision. That this was something that, this is all Les Snead. Les Snead went rogue. This is the first time these two guys haven't been on the same page. He's pissed. I don't deny that certainly McVey, there have been times in recent years, especially in the FM pick seasons, when they didn't have a first-round pick, that they do a press conference anyway, and they're laughing and they're joking and they're ha-ha-ha FM picks. And certainly there was none of that last night. I mean, it was very straightforward. Nate Atkins, who writes for The Athletic, covers the Rams for The Athletic, described it as some of the most muted he's ever seen a team talking about its first, draft pick. And there are a lot of folks who believe that, Sean McVay's really upset. Again, I want to believe that we're being worked here a little bit. Think about it. Of all the coaches in the NFL, Sean McVay is the most media savvy, bar none. That's why everyone talks about him being a slam dunk to being an analyst on TV at some point, and maybe sooner rather than later. And when he gets in front of the podium, he always has the right message. He's always, got the attitude. He knows what he's doing. There's a part of me that thinks that we're being worked here, that he's trying to undersell this a lot because he wants to call off. He wants to get people thinking that stuff is awry. That, oh man, there's dissension in the ranks. Because think about it. This is a guy who knows what he wants to say every time he goes out and says it. The only time you really get him off script is like after the Seattle loss on that Thursday night, where he was a little bit flustered, and showed it really for one of the rare times. Well, that's fresh coming off the field. You really think to tell me that last night's pick of Ty Simpson was a surprise to Sean McVey? Of course not. This is something they've been talking about for weeks, maybe for months. So there's been plenty of time to, if he's really upset, to quote unquote get over it and know how to spin it. But instead of going out and spinning it, he looks the other way and maybe tries to undersell it a little bit. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at this as a fan and looking at it as rose colored or blue and gold colored as I can, and think as positively as I can about this. But there is a part of me that thinks that there's a little bit of a work going on here. Oh. But either way, they're going to have to sell this to all of us, to the rest of the league, to their fans, that this was the right decision. And part of that's going to come tonight, whatever they decide to do with pick 61 and pick 90. Because if those picks don't necessarily address trying to make this year's team better, then everything I've said for the last 15 minutes, forget about it, because then it's a full tailspin.
I think you're getting a little spin zony with him wanting to project like he was sad or disappointed with the Ty Simpson pick. That could have been another one of those, like you said, in the moment, like they just caught him off guard, because it does happen. And maybe Simpson wasn't maybe he did want to save Simpson for later, but maybe they were trying to go for, I don't know, not Mackay Lemon. Sorry. Maybe they were trying to go for Carnell Tate or one of the other higher picked guys. And maybe Simpson was one of those. I mean, I guess he's on there, but he wasn't our first choice kind of things. Maybe that's kind of what that reaction of McVay's was. It's a little hard for me to believe, as a not Rams fan, that he was putting on that kind of a show. And I know what you're saying with he's always prepared with everything, but is he like that? That's some hardcore acting if you're going to make yourself look that disappointed over something.
Yeah, but he, like I said, he knows every time he gets in front of the camera that he is projecting an image. He is more savvy of that than any other coach in the league. And so you would think if he was putting on an act, he would put on a fake happy act, not a fake sad act. So to suggest that he went out there truly disappointed, again, he's had more than enough time to absorb the fact that, hey, this is going to be the pick. Because I can't imagine that they came to this decision strictly yesterday. Maybe they did. I don't know. Again, I'm trying to look at this as positively as possible. We'll find out what JB Long thinks. He's been around this guy a lot more than I have. He's the voice of the Rams. We'll talk to him coming up in about 15 minutes. We'll get his views on how this pick went and what the Rams will try to do with the rest of tonight from the biggest story that came out of the draft last night. But when we come back here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct, before the draft, Mike Vrabel made a second non-statement statement, and there's not a lot of spin to this. Perhaps Mike Vrabel needs to take a spin course from Sean McVay. I don't know, but we'll have that and more as we continue. Unsportsmanlike Conduct, live from the ballpark today, Charles Schwab Field on 1620 The Zone. By the way, I was mentioning earlier the implosion of the old Cornhusker Hotel. I'd forgotten that the Harper Schramm Smith, it was, what was it? It wasn't Harper Schramm Smith. Cather Pound. Cather Pound was imploded back in 2017. Duh. It happened in Lincoln. I forgot about that. So we've had a couple of building implosions.
I need more implosions, John.
We'll find out.
It's too big for a backhoe.
We'll find out if Troy Dannon plans to implode South Stadium or not. We'll play some snippets as we can from his press conference currently going on at Memorial Stadium a little bit later on here on the program. Also, saw this a little bit ago, some scheduling news for basketball.
Oh, cool.
Nebraska will play Providence at the Mohegan Sun in Connecticut on Saturday, November the 7th. That would be the first full weekend of college basketball. I don't know what Nebraska's opening game is against. I'm assuming it's going to be some kind of a bye game, but it would sound like that would put their second game against Providence on November 7th. So it'll be an interesting early scout for Creighton because two of their opponents will face each other, and Providence is completely rebuilding under a brand new head coach and has brought in yet another big portal class. So it'll be an interesting test for NU and for the Friars against each other. That's Saturday, November the 7th. That was coming out earlier today from the college basketball wires. But last night, before all the excitement of the first round of the draft, you can always tell that your first attempt at addressing a controversy went really, really well when you have to do it again less than 2 days later.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what Mike Vrabel did. So if you were with us on the Grum yesterday, another series, actually two different series of photos came out. So you had the original set of photos that started this whole thing a couple of weeks ago from the New York Post. Then yesterday, you had another set of photos showing the two together at a bar in New York City the day that the world imploded because of COVID. And then just a few hours later, during the Grum yesterday, we had even more photos come out of the two together at a casino in Mississippi shortly after Mike Vrabel was fired by the Tennessee Titans. So what did Mike Vrabel do? He came out last night and he did yet another address prior to the draft. This, of course, coming on the heels also of the announcement that, well, I'm going to miss day 3 of the draft because, I need to be in counseling with my family. First 2 rounds or first 2 days, I'll still be at work, but this very important counseling, we'll start to take care of that on Saturday. But there's one clip I wanted to play from. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but this is about 30 seconds long. But Vrabel was asked about his original reaction when he gave the statement to the New York Post after the first photos were shown, that the notion that he was having an affair was ridiculous. He was asked about that yesterday. Here is how he responded.
The last 2.5 weeks, we go from your original statement about, any insinuation the photos were anything other than innocent was laughable to your comments Tuesday to now deciding to go to counseling. What is that process?
Well, that's a private and personal matter. I don't think that those comments, I think that was, always an attempt to protect your family, and I would never be dismissive. But no, I think my family and this football team are the most important thing, and that's what I plan to do. And I'm excited about the challenge.
You called a press conference to address this stuff, and then you're getting mad when people are asking you about the stuff you need to address.
You said you would never be dismissive.
Uh-huh.
When you say that the accusations are laughable, you are literally dismissing the accusations. But it was that last sentence that he said at the very end. He's excited about the challenge. Talking about fixing this relationship with his family and with his wife. I'm excited about the challenge. He's addressing this like a football coach.
It's not the way you talk about your family.
He's addressing this
so
like
weird.
He's being told, hey, you're going to have to go on a 3-game road trip in the middle of the season with a backup quarterback. well, you know what? We're going to bind together as a team, but I think Jimmy's going to do a great job, and we're excited about the challenge. He's addressing a personal family issue like it is a football crisis, like it's a challenge to his football. I'm excited about the challenge. To quote a former colleague of ours, who does this? I'll tell you who does this. It's somebody who's mad that he got caught and somebody that can't deal with a truly human situation in human terms. He's trying to work this like a football coach. He's not trying to work this like, I mean, nothing that we have heard from him, whether it was the first statement of this one yesterday, nothing in there about being contrite, nothing about contrition, nothing about, I don't know if the word sorry ever came out. I don't know if we ever heard, man, I am really sorry for what I did. I mean, what he is accused of doing is one of the worst things a person can do that doesn't involve criminal activity. He lied to his wife. He cheated on his wife, allegedly. He lied to his family. He betrayed his family. It's not criminal, but it's about one of the worst things you can do. And if you were truly contrite, if you were truly sorry, you would not use phrases like, I'm excited about the challenge. Seriously. All right.
Real quick before we go to JB Long, Mustache Adam, I'm excited to try and fix the trauma and heartbreak I've caused to the ones I love most.
Right. Yeah. Excited about the challenge.
Ugh.
Again, coach speak. Coach speak.
There's a time and place, dude.
Yeah, and it's not there, even though you are in front of a Patriots logo talking to Patriots press. All right, when we come back, the voice of the Rams, JB Long, and Kent's Movie Club, all coming up next here on 1620 The Zone. Congratulations to Wes and Rochelle. They are this week's online winners of the $100 into Sky Bar and Grill at Prairie Flower Casino. You can enter online today at 1620thezone.com for your chance to win. We give away at least one of these every single week. Speaking of the Prairie Flower Casino hotline, we welcome in the voice of the Rams, JB Long, who joins us. JB, your job today is to talk me and my son off the ledge after last night's pick. How you doing?
John, when my phone lit up, I thought, what could Omaha, Nebraska possibly be interested in Los Angeles Rams football today? What is it about your Friday afternoon that would lead you to check in with me? I'm glad you did, and I'm glad to take on the task. Fire away.
All right. Well, let's talk about the positive. I mean, from your standpoint, because I'm guessing you may have been as surprised as a lot of other folks, but now that we've had maybe 20, not quite 20 hours to absorb it, what do you think are the positives of this pick for the Rams?
They are definitely zigging while everyone else is zagging. It is the one move that they've made in this season of contention that does not mesh with, I think, everything else. But I will say that going into this draft, I at least cautioned some quarters of our fan base by saying the win now decisions are made in February and March. That's the Trent McDuffie trade. And they can be made again in November at the trade deadline based on what you see as a perceived deficiency that will keep you from contending for a championship. The draft, in my estimation, is more about fending off future needs and bad decisions. And in that regard, the Rams are in this privileged position because of how many positive picks they made in 2023 and 2024 specifically to go along with the extended horizon of Matthew Stafford's prime. Now, in the best case scenario, the pick that they made yesterday in Ty Simpson does absolutely nothing to increase their chances of hoisting the Lombardi trophy at SoFi Stadium again this coming season in February. And so that's a difficult delayed gratification pill to swallow. However, I think the Rams, as they have often throughout the Sean McVay era, are betting on themselves and saying, if we ever want a first-round quarterback or a top half of a first-round quarterback, this is our opportunity. And we're going to play this so close to the vest that no one sees it coming. Because if Sean McVay were to fly to Tuscaloosa and meet in person with Ty Simpson, guess what? He would go from being a 3-star prospect to a 5-star prospect in 31 other teams' minds, and you may not be able to get him there at 13.
I'm sure you've seen a lot of the online criticism and the amateur body language experts talking about the press conference last night and how McVay maybe was, looked disappointed that this might be the first time that these two have really butted heads over a pick. I mean, you've interviewed these guys probably more than anybody. I'm curious what your thoughts were on what was said last night in the press conference and how Coach McVay looked.
John, if anything would surprise me more than the choice the Rams made yesterday in going for a quarterback in the first round coming off an MVP Matthew Stafford season, the only thing that would shock me more would be to learn that there was a fracture between Les Snead and Sean McVay, and that for some reason Sean was not on board with the organizational decision that they made with their highest first-round pick of his decade on the job. That does not add up. That does not compute with everything I've been exposed to and know about those two men and how this organization runs. So I would say read body language at your own peril.
The talk has been that Simpson had no contact. And again, this may be part of, the cloak and dagger that was going on. No contact with Snead, no contact with McVay. Certainly there's been the reports of, Snead suggesting to Simpson's parents at the Rose Bowl that he's going to be a first round pick. And, that was maybe the first sign of any interest. How much cloak and dagger do you think was taking place here? You kind of intimated it earlier. If McVay's seen, watching Ty Simpson at his pro day, all of a sudden his prospects in a lot of other teams' minds goes way up. So it does feel like the Rams were kind of playing the game a little bit this last couple months.
Had to, but let me preface my answer by saying the thought of drafting potentially your next franchise quarterback or your heir apparent to Matthew Stafford without your head coach and architect and play caller having a face-to-face and getting to know that person, that's unsettling to me, right? That's unnerving. I don't love the thought of that. But it's by design. It's how the Rams have conducted themselves in this process historically. They don't go to the combine, not just this year, many years running. They remove themselves and their personal connections and their emotions, and they try and take that out of the process and to be as dispassionate as they can about their selections. That's not to say that they don't thoroughly vet the players that they draft and that other members of the organization don't collect great intelligence about what is this young man like? How will he thrive or survive in our ecosystem? I'm sure they have a very complex and complete picture of who Ty Simpson is going to be as a backup and potential future starting quarterback, how he's going to mesh with Sean McVey and his mind and his philosophies. So that they choose to pick players based on their tape and their football and their resume as opposed to how they interview is, I think, how they try to guard against their own biases. Now, maybe that works out great. Maybe in 4 years they wish that they had put Sean McVay and Ty Simpson in a room together. I don't know. But I'm encouraged by the fact that he had his undergraduate degree before he had a start in college football, that he pursued and achieved his master's, that he's the son of a football coach. I think all those things are very encouraging indicators that when he and McVay do get together, it should go swimmingly.
What are the odds, as we talk to the voice of the Rams, JB Long, what are the odds that after tonight, after picks 61 and 93, as famously I pointed out, the last two homegrown all-pro wide receivers were guys picked third and fifth rounds, that we might be talking a different tune based on what the Rams decide to do tonight, knowing that their history has been we go deeper in the draft and we end up finding gems who become great pass catchers.
And that's part of the discomfort, I think, of the past 24 hours is we don't know how this sentence ends yet, right? You come out of a draft weekend, hopefully with a portfolio of players, and you can see the whole picture of this is why they prioritize him or this position and why they were willing to wait for him in this position. And we're not there yet. And we don't have that complete picture. And so just like I think it's proper to contextualize the Simpson selection with the fact that the Rams traded out of pick 26 this time last year and ended up with Terrence Ferguson, the tight end, and a first-round quarterback, and had the latitude to trade for Trent McDuffie. Like, all those transactions are wrapped up in one. I think something similar could be said about, well, hold on, let's wait and see which day two playmaker they get, and I think that's very likely tonight. And then let's look at it come Saturday afternoon in terms of, did the Rams deepen their receiving core or their playmaking core? Did they add a drafted off-ball linebacker? Did they get some pass rush because you can never have too much of it? Did they fortify their offensive line? You're not going to be able to check all of those boxes, but until we know how many of them they do check this weekend, I don't think it's fair to grade, anything, certainly not the weekend of a draft.
JB, I've seen you, and you may have seen it as well. Obviously, anytime you get a pick like this, everyone's got opinions on it. One of the takes out there as well is Matthew Stafford handling this well. My personal opinion is that he is, because he was informed ahead of time. This is also the quarterback who, has taken a little extra time the last two off seasons to make the final decision on whether to come back. So is the idea that Matthew Stafford is not in agreement with this pick a laughable concept to you?
Well, look, I don't know what it's like to be the big man on campus. I've never walked a day in his shoes. I don't know what he and his family feel like. But if the analogous thing was, hey, the Rams offered me a contract extension and then went ahead and hired someone to backfill me just in case I ever wasn't feeling good on an NFL Sunday, I probably wouldn't love that idea. Maybe it makes sense for them organizationally, planning for the inevitable, but I'd probably be motivated to have my best season ever. And if I know anything about Matthew Stafford, it's that his best football tends to come from moments where he feels like, I'll show you, or bet against me and find out. And this pick was not made to motivate Matthew Stafford. This pick was not made to give the reigning MVP a 38-year-old chip on his shoulder. But does the Jordan in him use it for that purpose, to build upon his best season as a pro in 17 seasons? Why not? Why not? And if the analogous situation is Aaron Rodgers having MVP seasons back-to-back with Davante Adams after the Packers draft Jordan Love, well, Matthew Stafford's got Davante Adams, and I think he's got some good years in front of him.
JB, I saw you were on the call for UCLA baseball, of course, here in Omaha. I'm in fact sitting here doing the show today from the home of the College World Series, Charles Schwab Field. You have any more baseball left? Any Big Ten baseball?
Yeah, we're going to do, I think, two of the Oregon series games, so the Friday and Saturday games, in what could be like a Big Ten clinching, one seed clinching type moment for UCLA if they stay on their current track. So I think everyone's full expectation is that John Savage and the Bruins will be heading back your way pretty soon as the top overall national seed. They certainly have the best player in college baseball. That may have been the case last year, and Rock Chalowski back for more. The presumptive 1-1 is something to behold, that's for sure. And there's some depth to their lineup, and they got, at last check, the second best ERA in college baseball too. So anything can happen in a regional or a super regional, but I'd make a reservation for them if I were you.
Well, at the very least, we'll see him for the Big Ten tournament. So at least there's that. But yeah, I agree. I think there's a good chance we could see him twice here in this ballpark. But JB, I really appreciate the time. Thanks a lot for joining us. Let's hope that picks 61 and 93 go really well tonight, so we can rest a little easier this weekend.
I've been thinking of you all since the last time I saw you on the hardwood and everything that's been going on with Creighton men's basketball. I can't wait to be back with you and look to build on the next chapter.
Absolutely. JB Long, voice of the Rams. JB, thanks again.
Have a great weekend, everyone.
You bet. JB Long joining us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. All right, when we come back, Kent's in the green room, and we are ready to go with the movie club. Today, it's American Gangster. We'll discuss with Kent next on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, just a minute, buddy. Yeah. I got to be on the radio, then I'll get you something, okay? Okay, bud. Let's go in here. Come on in here. Whoa. Come here, buddy. Come on.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edification. To boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club. Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club.
And there he is, and look how proud he is. Rarely do we get Kent when he wears a hat to wear anything Raiders, because he hasn't had anything to be proud of. But there he is wearing his Raiders cap. Kent, how you doing? Happy Friday. How does it feel to have the second best quarterback in this draft as a Raider?
Fabulous. I wore this especially for you when I got that email from you that both our teams picked quarterbacks. I about fell off my chair last night when I was watching that. I taped it, right? I recorded the because I had stuff early, and I'm like, what? And then I was like, what?
Yeah, I stepped in it yesterday. I basically guaranteed they weren't going to make that pick on the show. And of course, I was reminded of it immediately last night by Josh.
The Rams are not taking him at 13.
Yeah, there it is. But it happened. You know, I'm going through the 7 stages. I think I'm at the acceptance stage here now. You know, compromising is coming up. You know, so who knows? But either way, but you should be excited. I mean, you know,
absolutely. I mean, they actually have a quarterback for the first time since I like Derek Carr and our boy. Hey, well, he may get a shot at being a head coach again here, because when the Patriots fire Mike Vrabel, you know, my boy Josh may get to ruin his third team.
Wouldn't that be lovely? I would endorse that wholeheartedly. All right. Our movie this week is American Gangster. It is on Netflix from 2007. It's a Ridley Scott directed film. Russell Crowe, Denzel Washington as the gangster himself, Frank Lucas. The story, it's based on a true story. Frank Lucas, who played a heavy essentially for the mob boss in Harlem, who passes away. Lucas was kind of his mentor, or that was Lucas's mentor. Frank Lucas then decides he's going to be the new boss in Harlem and finds a way to cut out the middleman and goes straight to Cambodia for his heroin, and in the process creates a great product. It's kind of similar to, you know, with Walter White and the Chem Lab, creating blue magic, and instantly starts making it big, becomes really a big deal. Russell Crowe, meanwhile, he's a cop who, well, he's always doing things right, at least on the surface. You know, he famously, you know, doesn't snitch on other cops. He doesn't turn money in, or doesn't take money. Instead, he turns it all in. He gets assigned to a new drug task force, and his job is to go after Frank Lucas. And then the story is on from there, and it's basically side-by-side stories of one guy trying to build his criminal empire, the other guy, you know, trying to be the good cop in a dirty world. And then, of course, it all ends up with the pinch at the end. I don't think I left anything out necessarily, but this was a movie I think I saw for the first time, I don't know, 15 years ago, something like this. I mean, anytime you can bring in Denzel Washington and Russell Crowe into the same thing, you know that there's a potential for something really good. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed it the first time. I enjoyed it on this latest rewatch. But I'm curious, your thoughts watching it now. I mean, here it's been 19 years already since this thing came out. Seeing it today versus, where it was 19 years ago when you first reviewed it.
Well, I looked up my old review and I gave it a B+ then, and I think I'd hold it right at the same level. It's not perfect, but it's a pretty darn good movie as a gangster movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
As just a crime movie. Then you throw in the actors on top. Don't leave out Josh Brolin, who is the corrupt.
He plays one of the crooked cops.
That's who that was. Thank you. I saw his face. I'm like, why do I know who that is? And I don't like to look up stuff while I'm watching it. I just I know who you are.
And then the woman who played Frank's mother got an Oscar nomination.
Oh.
So, and this thing also got Oscar nominated, I believe, for art direction. This is a Ridley Scott picture. And one thing guaranteed from Ridley Scott is that movie's going to look good. Every one of his movies, even the ones that aren't really good movies, look great. This looked fabulous, so realistic, even when I watched it again, I was, there's a scene where early on, right after he takes over the operation, he meets with those two kids in that coffee shop, right? That was so New York 1980 or 78 or whatever it was supposed to be.
I think in early 70s. It was early 70s.
I mean, it was just beautifully, and the way he did it in the restaurants, that's where that's how the mob worked. That's they had their storefront. It was just great looking picture. And I usually hate movies that are 2 hours and 30 minutes long. This one, for some reason, does not feel that way.
No,
to me, it doesn't feel long. It's well paced, and yeah, I mean, there's some dialogue in it that you kind of go, I don't think that probably happened that way. Like early on when Bumpy dies, I don't think he probably said that, but it was necessary to set up the movie, right? That little piece of dialogue. It was stuff like that. And even the ending, I'm not so sure the discussion would have been quite that civilized, for lack of a better way to put it. But I thought it's a good movie, and it's kind of mostly true. Interestingly, when I looked yesterday, I guess I looked this stuff up. Both the real Richie Roberts and the real Frank
Lucas,
I didn't remember his last name, had said, our roles in this were exaggerated by the movie. And then you find out Frank Lucas was on the set almost every day and telling Denzel, this is how I held a gun. I mean, to that level. So he couldn't have not liked the movie that much.
Right. So this is my first time ever seeing this movie. I loved this movie so much to the point. So we were doing some last minute wedding shopping stuff last night after the show. So I didn't actually get to start the movie until 10:30
today.
And yeah, last night. And I know.
Night. Okay.
Last night.
You meant this morning.
No, sorry. But so I got about an hour into the movie, and I was just exhausted. I had the exhaustion migraine, and I was just feeling like crap, but I couldn't stop watching. The only eventually I tapped out with about an hour left of the movie just because I couldn't do it anymore. I did finish it this morning when I woke up, but this movie was awesome. The acting, just the portrayal of, because I didn't know anything about either of these guys either, so I know it's not historically accurate, but how brutal. I don't remember seeing the type of brutality that Frank Lucas had when he went up to that the 20% guy or whatever when he was meeting with his brothers, and he's just like, what, you're just gonna shoot me in the middle of the just like right there. That was incredible. Like, I don't know if I see that in a movie very often, because it's one of those, like, you expect the trope, like, yeah, not here, I'll pop you later kind of things. But he was just so like bold about it in the middle of the street, and sure enough, nothing happened because he basically owned Harlem at that point. The other thing I really liked about this movie is how it treated the progression of time. A lot of movies like to spoon feed it to you, the blank screen, or no, now it's 1973, and it'll like just have an overlay. But this one did a really good job of showing the progression of time just with major events. Like the fight that he went to.
The Fraser Ali
fight.
Yeah,
the Fraser Ali fight. That was a very specific time period. Obviously all the Vietnam stuff, when he went to Vietnam, when the Vietnam War was over. That this wasn't happening all within 1 year, but you knew that it was happening over 6 or 7 years from the start of the movie to the end, just with how they didn't spoon feed it to you. I feel like we don't get that in media anymore. They have to tell you everything.
And remember, this is how many year old movie? Like,
it's almost 20 years old now.
20 years. So that's a different. That I see a change. What you're saying there, Nick, is maybe also like has been in the spoon feeding has been really increased over that 2 decades.
Also, Mustache Adam telling me 20% guy was Idris Elba. Whoops,
yes.
I love him.
Yeah.
Again, he looked familiar, but I couldn't place him.
Well, he's 20 years younger too.
That's fair.
Yeah, based that on the fact you didn't know that was Josh Brolin, the guy who plays Russell Crowe's boss.
I recognized him too. Why couldn't I place him?
Do you know that is Ted Levine, who played Buffalo Bill.
There it is.
The Silence of the Lambs.
God, I suck. Again, I was tired and had a bit of a headache when I was watching it, so maybe that's what it was.
It took the first time I saw it. It took me 2 of his scenes to go, okay, why do I recognize this voice? Because he's got that because he doesn't disguise his voice very much in the Buffalo Bill character. And I'm like, where? And then I realized, oh my God, that's Buffalo Bill.
This movie had incredible actors.
For your old folks like me, you guys won't have a clue. But the uncredited actor who played Bumpy at the first, Clarence Williams III. He was the star of 60s television show The Mod Squad. Young people become cops there, and he was great. And there's their catchphrase: one white, one black, one blonde, because there was a white guy, a black guy, and a blonde.
Right.
What a 60s catchphrase.
I interviewed Clarence a couple times, so it was I'd forgotten he was in the movie until I turned it on. I was like, wow. He died a few years ago, but I interviewed him a couple times. So that was my big, it's Clarence Williams.
Yeah.
I thought it was, sorry, John.
Also, Cuba Gooding Jr. Is in it. He plays one of the guys who's selling the dope for Denzel's character. So yeah, it is really well acted. And you mentioned Kent, the visuals. I mean, it really captures, because, this era of New York City, this is when the city's kind of diving into, really bad crime. The streets are dirty. It looked very gritty, and which I think really helped play up things. One of the criticisms I saw as I was reading some of the stuff afterwards, and it was something I noticed when I watched it the very first time. You come away, even though there's clearly a good guy and a bad guy, but with Russell Crowe's character, he's a philanderer. He cheats on his wife. He's going through a divorce. You see good in Frank Lucas. He's wanting to bring his family up from Greensboro, North Carolina. And he's got, like, even though he's a mafia guy, he's got an ethic about him, and so you almost, as I was watching this, I almost started to feel like I'm watching The Sopranos, in that every time I watched The Sopranos, I was rooting for Tony, even though Tony's a terrible person. Frank Lucas, terrible person. He kills people. He he sells drugs. He doesn't care about who it affects. But yet there was an element of you wanted to kind of root for the guy because he just had an ethos about him, even though he's going through all this crime. And that was one of the criticisms I saw, Kent. I'm curious what you think was of Ridley Scott, saying that they did too much of a job to polish Frank Lucas up and make him somewhat likable versus being the hardened gangster that he was in real life. I'm curious if you felt that same way.
No, not at all. I felt almost the opposite. I think that's part of what makes the movie more compelling, right? If he was just terrible, terrible, terrible guy with no redeeming anything and was your vicious killer, that's all he did, you got a boring movie, right? I mean, you've seen that movie 10,000 times before. This one, much more interesting character and closer to what the real Lucas was. He was this is a weird thing to say, and this is not an idea that's original to me, but take away the product, and if he was selling ice cream on the street and had all those people doing all that, he'd be a great businessman.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And this is this businessman that's trying to do this stuff for his family and community, plays everything really low key. And on the other side, he's a really, really, really bad guy, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Denzel is capable of doing that. I mean, Denzel's a great actor, I think. And that's a really terrific performance because he's so cool and calm. And, when in that movie does he ever get rattled?
Only when he gets only when he realizes that he gets fingered because he was wearing the big furry, the big mink coat to the Ali fight.
I'd also say after the drive-by, when he starts to get a little more like paranoid.
Yeah. So twice in a 2.5 hour movie, right? That's playing it really cool. And I thought that was great. And I think the contrast, this cop was a rare good cop. In real life, Frank Lucas got out of prison early because he testified against the NYC police drug squad. 2/3 of them went to jail.
Whoa.
In real life. So
because they were on the take.
Yeah, they were all on the take. So this guy was not, which makes him a sort of heroic figure. And he's a good cop and doing his job, but he was not a great person. And, I think you want to paint everything in broad black and white. It's not nearly as interesting.
People are complicated.
To do it this way.
People are complicated, and these especially are two very complicated individuals just from the nature of being people.
Yeah. So
no, I enjoyed it on this most recent rewatch. It's not your traditional gangster film. I mean, we've talked about some of the violence, but you mentioned it, Ken. It's 2.5 hours long. It's not like it's shoot 'em up, scene, shoot 'em up. I mean, it's not a violent movie for most of it. A lot of the violence is kind of implied. It's almost more like a crime mystery of how you solve this mystery of how do you catch this guy who has this very unique network. By the way, we didn't mention he smuggles the drugs over in coffins from Vietnam. So the drugs are coming from Cambodia. The people working inside with him in the army are taking the heroin. They're putting it in the coffins. And then when the coffins come back home, they remove the drugs. And that's how his operation worked for, 6-7 years before the U.S. pulled out of Vietnam. And then that's when things started to unravel.
And there is enough truth to it, right? That's also what makes it work, right? I mean, because think about it. If you'd have sat down and made this story up, nobody would have believed it, right?
Mhm.
Nobody would have believed this. And the other thing that we haven't talked about is they also got the mafia involved in a way because he was cutting the mob out of their money.
Mm-hmm.
So, it wasn't just cop versus cop. It was, or versus criminal. It was criminal versus criminal as well.
So something that I've been thinking about is this movie, this time period was, it was a gangster movie, right? Like when I say gangster, I mean like that 1920s to 1960s era of like gangster, like the organized crime. Did the war on drugs or whatever, is that kind of what was the last gasp of that type of gang setup?
No, this would have gone on into the 80s, post war on. It was the RICO statutes finally came in, and they were able to roll up the mob's still out there, but they were largely able to roll up most of the mob. The Sopranos is kind of a portrayal of sort of the end years of that kind of the organized crime. But yeah, it was RICO that did that. I once did I think it was right in the height of the Sopranos. I did a bunch of stuff about the mafia and the media and interviewed a couple mob experts and stuff. And that's what they said it was. It was the RICO statutes finally, figured it out. Rudy Giuliani was a big part of it, in fact.
Okay.
He was the one that brought the prosecutions.
Well, if you want to catch it, it's on Netflix, American Gangster.
Great movie.
Denzel Washington and Russell Crowe. Really good, really good stuff.
And apparently, word of warning, and I didn't see it was on or not, but if you see the extended cut, skip it. All the reviews say there was a reason that those scenes were cut out of the movie to start with.
How long is the extended cut?
Almost 3 hours.
Oh my.
Wow. Yeah, it's long enough as it is. It doesn't need another.
So skip the extended cut if it's out.
Okay. All right. Well, that is good to know. All right, Nick. Even though he's getting married this Sunday, Kent.
I am.
He's still going to be with us next Friday. What is he going to make us sit through?
Okay, well, first of all, John, I'm going to give you the honor of sitting through this next movie. You'll find it on HBO Max, and it is Shin Godzilla. We know how much you love the Godzilla movies, John.
I do love the Godzilla movies, especially all the bad overdubbing. It's great. I didn't know there was. What is this new?
It came out in 2016. It was one of those. I believe. I'm still trying to brush up on my Godzilla pop culture, but I believe it was what everybody's favorite version of Godzilla until -1 came out, like of the modern Godzilla movies.
Really?
Because
never heard of it. I didn't know there was such a thing.
I don't think I've seen it. So yeah.
Oh, whoa. Okay. Well, it's going to be new to most of us then. Shin Godzilla on HBO Max.
Yep.
So we know what Nick's going to be doing on his honeymoon.
Honeymoon's not until August.
So, well, and you know what that will set up for us next Friday night.
Tell me, Kent.
Good God.
That would be practice.
Yes, it would.
Oh,
John, Formula One is back after a long, grueling month of no racing. We're finally getting back. And you know what, Kent? Red Bull is copying Ferrari. Can you believe that? They're doing the Macarena wing.
We're going to have wheels.
Are they really?
Yeah, they are. Red Bull is playing. John, do you know what the Macarena wing is?
No.
So you know the DRS system in Formula One that they had the last couple where the wing
was
would
the goofy gimmick.
So the Macarena wing is an even goofier gimmick where instead of it just kind of popping up, it just goes 180.
Yeah, it circles kind of.
Circles around kind of.
This isn't racing. This is like Star Wars. I mean, it's not even.
And by the way, Bernadette says that the rule changes were all reasonable and about the only things that they could do, because you can't mess with the engines at this point.
Yeah.
So there we go.
Maybe by the end of this cycle, maybe this will be a short regulation cycle so they can.
Yeah, maybe they'll just go back to the V10s.
That'd be awesome.
Well, there's Movie Club and a slice of Formula One that we get every Friday with Kent Wolgamott. Kent, have a great weekend. Lakers are looking good.
They have no right to have won those two games without Luka and Austin Reeves. They shouldn't have won either one of those games, and they won them both. I mean, LeBron is like resuscitated or something and is carrying them. LeBron and a D-League team are out there winning games in the playoffs.
It must be the water there in Los Angeles. I don't know. Making goofy draft picks, winning basketball games it shouldn't be winning.
Okay, here's a scenario for you. What if your boy Matt Stafford goes down this year? You ready for a little starting tie?
I mean, the thing is, we were probably going to need a backup anyway, because Jimmy G was going to retire. So,
well, you didn't want him even if he'd have stayed there. I have vast experience with the glass man.
Yeah, I know. Well, we're hoping that doesn't get to that point, but we shall see. Kent, have a great weekend. We'll talk to you next Friday.
See you next week.
There he is, Kent Wolgamott, joining us for the Movie Club next week. It's Shin Godzilla. When we come back, there's another coach embroiled in scandal, but this one actually got fired. There was an update on that. And coming up bottom of the hour, Kendall Rogers of D1 Baseball. As Nebraska gets ready to take on Illinois, what do the Huskers have to do down the stretch to ensure that they will host a playoff game? We'll talk with
playoff game!
Kendall here in about 15 minutes on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. You can enter online at 1620thezone.com. We got a lot of different contests. George Thorogood and the Destroyers coming May 17th to the Astro Yachtly Crew in Omaha this summer at the Steel House. The Black Keys in July. Young the Giant in August. Chris Stapleton in Lincoln. Burt Kreischer in December. Check it all out at 1620thezone.com, and you can enter to win. Still to come, we'll hear at least a little bit from the press conference that happened about an hour or so ago with Troy Dannon. It sounds like there may have been some interesting new anecdotes dropped earlier today. If you missed it, the Board of Regents unanimously approved the stadium improvements to Memorial Stadium in Lincoln, $600 million project. Looks like it is a full go.
Nice.
Kendall Rogers coming up also in just a couple of minutes.
John, a friend of the program dropped something off.
What's that?
This letter came with a package. Hey, guys. It's Pedro, friend of the program, Pedro.
Pedro.
Nick, congratulations on your wedding. I know John doesn't like it when one holiday creeps into the previous month, but happy Cinco de Mayo. Have a michelada. And then, John, he dropped off Clamato juice. Lime juice.
What in the world?
And 2 cases of Victoria beer.
212 or
yep.
Well, 212. So 212. A case.
Yeah.
What is Victoria beer?
Cerveza Hecha in Mexico.
So it's a Mexican
1865.
beer. I've never heard of this.
Yes, sir.
Wow, Pedro, thanks.
I will take one home and I'll leave the other
Victoria
here
for the next couple of One Beer Fridays.
Thank you, Pedro.
Thank you, Pedro.
You're the best, Pedro.
That is very, very kind of you. Before we take a break and bring on Kendall Rogers, yesterday, the former girlfriend, the fling of Sharon Moore, Paige Shiver, spoke out for the first time. This is the Michigan football staffer who had the affair with Sharon Moore. She did an interview with ABC's Good Morning America. She is claiming that Michigan kind of let this happen. Quote, he controlled everything that was going on in my life, and they, Michigan, didn't do anything about it. Now, if you remember how this story all kind of came to a head, she'd been trying to break up with him. Moore went to her apartment, threatened to kill herself. That ended up, leading to him being arrested. But Shiver claims that the university knew everything that was going on and kind of let it play along because they didn't want to expose the coach to any scandals. They didn't want to rock the boat. One of the things that came out of this interview was Shiver claims she was often told by members of the Michigan coaching staff, because remember, she's like an office assistant. She's like an assistant in the football program, working behind the scenes. Shiver says she was often told by members of the Michigan coaching staff to console Moore and calm him down when he got upset, sometimes even during halftime. She claims that Moore used manipulation tactics, self-harm, including self-harm whenever she tried to end the relationship. She also says she got pregnant with his child, but they ended up having an abortion. But there's a lot going on here. Michigan, of course, is claiming, hey, once we knew what was going on, we let him go. But she's saying that they kind of played along with it for a long time. So that's the latest on that. Of course, Moore got pleaded no contest, sentenced to 18 months probation, and barred with ever having contact with her again. All right. On a completely different note, we're here at a baseball park. It's time to talk a little baseball with Kendall Rogers of D1 Baseball. What does Nebraska need to do to host a playoff game and whatever else is happening around college baseball as we are inside of 50 days to the Men's College World Series, which you can hear right here on 1620 The Zone. Well, I guess we need to fire up the old Westwood One college baseball theme because it's time to bring on our good buddy Kendall Rogers from D1 Baseball. Kendall, just to show you
Look
how
at this guy.
don't you recognize that place?
You're just showing off now.
That's right. There's the Butler Bulldogs. There's your taste of Big East baseball for the
There
weekend.
we go.
How you doing, Kendall?
I don't think it's going to be a sellout tonight, John.
We'll be a little bit shy. We'll be a little
All
bit
right.
shy. By the way, should mention your very attractive D1 baseball hat. I saw that exact same hat down in Coach Kingston's office about 3 hours.
Hey, you know what? We're going to have to get you taken care of at the CBS this year.
Absolutely. Coach Kingston
Let's get on it.
Before the USC series, you got called out by Husker fans for discussing their resume. What do you think of it now?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing is if you look at Nebraska's resume, it was kind of one of those weird things, at least from a rankings perspective, to where before the USC series, there just was not a marquee series win. They had opportunities at Auburn. They had an opportunity to Oregon. You know, both those series, frankly, I mean, could have gone either way, but at the end of the day, a win is a win, is a loss is a loss. But we all thought this was a good team. But I think the way that they played against USC, it's not necessarily just winning the series. It's scoring 36 runs in 3 games against a pitching staff that had been really good to date. Was super impressive. I mean, I think you look at the offensive lineup with obviously Dylan Carey kind of leading the way, you know, Overbeek, et cetera, you know, Mac. I mean, all those guys are really good hitters, and that stood out. That offense has stood out. So now you're looking at a team that, you know, is 9-7 against Q1. They're 13 in the RPI. They're 15-3 in the league, and as long as they don't just, you know, have some sort of, you know, rando weekend where they just play awful against a really bad RPI team, they're honestly in a pretty good spot right now.
How much are you concerned about the rest of their schedule? You know, they just finished up with Kansas, but pretty much everything else is going to be outside, well outside of the top 50 in RPI. Could that play against them, or have they built enough up where as long as they don't stumble badly, they should be okay?
Yeah, I mean, I would be the first person to say this. If Nebraska won its last 4 series and didn't host, like, that's a problem, because that would be a team at this point. I mean, just kind of doing the quick math in my head, that's a team with 20. I think that'd be 24 or 27 conference wins if they did that. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it'd be 27. Like, if they won their last 4 series, we're assuming they lose one game each weekend. I mean, I don't know how in the world you aren't hosting with that resume. So I think the good thing for the Huskers is, you know, 3 of the final, you know, 4 series are on the road. What that does, for those who don't really know how the RPI works, you know, even though you're playing RPIs 91, 90, and 82, those are really mitigated by having to play those games on the road. So on one hand, it's tougher to win the road. On the other, it helps you because it doesn't hurt you quite as much from an RPI perspective.
We've heard in the past that the committee has wanted to diversify its regional hosts. Obviously, the South especially has hosted most of these, you know, for the last 20 years. Is that still a thing where, you know, they might give a little more grace to a team from the Midwest, like a Nebraska, just as long as they're close, they get in? Or is that really a point of emphasis anymore for the committee?
It is to an extent. I mean, I think if you're the committee and you have a team like Nebraska who is right there in the mix and in that kind of that 13 to 16 range, I think you're probably more apt to put them in there, because the fact of the matter is, you know, we can sit here and dissect resumes all day long, but it is harder for Nebraska to be a number 13 RPI or a number 14 RPI than it is an A&M or a Texas or Mississippi State. So I do think it matters. I don't think they can come out and officially say it matters, but I can tell you right now from knowing the committee members, knowing how they think, it most certainly matters.
Nebraska recently, I mean, the last series they dropped was to Oregon. Of course, they lost to Kansas earlier this week, so they dropped both games there. And those are 2 other teams that are right in this mix. Could that be a possible stumbling point for Nebraska, that Oregon and Kansas would have head-to-head against the Huskers if it came down to that?
Yeah, I don't think Nebraska is really fighting Kansas at this point, because I think Kansas is probably in a pretty good spot now. They're up 2 games in the Big 12. So, I mean, I think Kansas is probably in the best spot of anybody. So I don't think they're really fighting Kansas. I do think if you're a Husker fan, I mean, keep an eye on Oregon. I mean, Oregon's, won that midweek game against Oregon State earlier in the week. They're sitting at 22 in the RPI. They obviously have the head-to-head close series in Eugene, but they do have the head-to-head. And if you look at Oregon's remaining schedule, the kind of the silver lining is they still have to go to Washington, which, UW isn't great. But, I mean, you're playing them in Seattle. It's somewhat of a rivalry. And then they're at UCLA and they have USC. So the bad news is they have a chance to bolster their RPI. The good news is they're playing good RPI teams, so they have more chances to lose. So I think if you're Nebraska, you really want to build some separation between, Oregon and Nebraska right now.
What have you made of Dan Fitzgerald's club this year? I mean, KU was in a regional last year. They played down in Arkansas. Creighton ended up knocking them out. But what have you made of the Jayhawks this season? Because they have really turned it on. I think they've only lost once in the month of April.
Yeah, the thing I loved about their team is, when you look at their weekends, and frankly, you kind of saw it Tuesday against Nebraska, is they're one of those clubs that, man, they just keep punching back. I mean, even when you kind of get them down and you're thinking like you got them, they fight back. And, one thing I think has been pretty cool is, last year I felt like for KU it was kind of the Brady Ballinger show. This year it seems like they're kind of spreading the wealth a little bit. And the other thing that's top of mind for me as we look down the stretch is, Don Bakley's pitching really well for them. Nebraska didn't see him on Tuesday, but he's their ace pitcher who was the Big 12, kind of the preseason Big 12 pitcher of the year. And I want to say until a couple of weeks ago, I mean, his ERA was like 6 or 7 in the league. Now, the last 2 weekends, I want to say he's struck out, I think it's 24 guys in the last 2 games. It's something crazy like that. So the fact that he's kind of gotten back on track has been really big for KU as well. So, yeah, Dan has done a great job. And I would say this, Kansas better enjoy Dan Fitzgerald for the next month and a half because I'm not sure that he's long for Lawrence.
You think he could end up being poached by someone out of the SEC or ACC?
Yeah, I mean, there are a few jobs. I mean, there's one in particular in the Lone Star State I think could come open that I think you would have a really good shot at. But I think if you look around the country, I mean, South Carolina, I think you'd be crazy not to take a look at him. And, of course, I mean, who knows what other jobs. I mean, Houston, I think, is a job that comes open. I don't think he would leave Kansas for Houston. But, they've got some deep pockets like Tillman Fertitta. So who's to say they can't make a run at him as well? So I think Kansas, I mean, again, I'm not just – it's not a slam dunk that he's gone, but I think I'd be pretty surprised if Dan Fitzgerald was in Lawrence next year.
Talking with Kendall Rogers of D1 Baseball. Speaking of Texas, the Longhorns, who are number 4 in the latest D1 Baseball poll, they're at Vandy. A&M, who's number 7, is at number 22, Florida. Some big series, as there usually is every weekend in the SEC. You got Oklahoma at Auburn, Georgia at Ole Miss. Who are you keeping your eye on right now in the SEC in terms of a team that's ready to make a really strong run here? You got such a top-heavy league as always, but that team that just has that look of being the one that could be dogpiling here in Omaha.
Yeah, I'll tell you what's kind of crazy is, I mean, it's hard to say this just because of what happened last year, but the team that's playing really well right now is A&M. I mean, they went to Baton Rouge last weekend, and, watching those 3 games, I didn't feel like LSU even had a shot in any of those games. And, you just don't see that very often at the box. And so, a couple of guys, like Gavin Grahovic and Caden Sorrell have been healthy this year for A&M. Both those guys are hitting over 360 in SEC play only, which is pretty incredible. And they started kind of figure out, their pitching staff a little bit. So give Mike Early a lot of credit. I mean, this is a guy that, frankly, at the end of last year, I think we would all look back and go, man, I'm surprised A&M didn't make a move. But all of a sudden, Trev's decision not to make a move is looking pretty smart because, I mean, A&M's got a really good team right now, and they're on the road this week against Florida. Florida is one of those teams that they can either look like they're going to dogpile or they can look like they're not even a regional team. So we'll see which Florida shows up this weekend.
What have you made? This has been an interesting year in terms of upsets, especially in the midweek. UAB just beat Alabama this week. You had Texas losing to Tarleton and Houston. Auburn suffered a loss to Jacksonville State, though they're pretty good in the RPI. Georgia losing to Kennesaw. Is this a little more so than usual, or is it a sign that maybe this league isn't as dominant as we have come to see it as?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. I don't really feel like the high-end talent in the SEC is quite what it was the last couple of years. You watch the games on TV, and I just don't feel like the pitching is quite up to par. I think the other thing is, I was kind of screaming from the rooftops on this, when the transfer portal happened and NIL happened. But I think what's happened on that front is, when these schools go out big game hunting in the portal and things like that, there's a trickle down effect. And where are those guys going in that trickle down effect? They're going to the UABs, they're going to Sanford, they're going to Kennesaw State, and all of a sudden those teams have players that are SEC talented, but maybe they were behind a Justin LeBron at Alabama. They didn't want to sit, so they went to Kennesaw State. So I think what's happened is this trickle-down effect with the portal and NIL to where these mid-majors have kind of figured out a way to keep all these kids. And so I think it's made it really interesting. I mean, you're going to have your guys every year that are going to go in the portal and want to go to the SEC, but you also have these guys that leave SEC schools, especially with the new roster limits, and they end up, flourishing at a mid-major.
Kendall, two teams that we have seen on this field many, many times, Vandy and LSU. Yep. Which one or both don't make the tournament this year?
I say LSU doesn't. I say that as they're beating Mississippi State 7-3 right now on the road, but I don't think LSU does. I just don't see the pieces coming together for them right now. Vanderbilt, I'm a little bit more bullish on. I do think that's an upset watch this weekend. Vanderbilt, the issue they've had at times is their inability to close out series. I mean, they blew out A&M in the series opener, lost the series, blew out Oklahoma series opener, lost the series. So they've had a tough time closing out weekends. But, with White and Ado on the back end of the rotation now, I feel a little bit better about that. And so I would keep an eye on Texas and Vandy this weekend. It would not shock me to see Vandy win that. Of course, Vandy not in a great spot RPI-wise, but certainly a series win over a top 5 RPI team like Texas would certainly vault them quite a bit up the RPI ranks.
Less than 50 days from now, you will be where I am right now, Charles Schwab Field. It's hard to believe, but the season is that close to being done, and what could be a very interesting tournament. We spent this whole time, we even talked about UCLA, who's been clearing away the number one team. They're pretty good.
Yeah, what's been cool about them is just their consistency. And, I would say this. I think it would be good for them to lose a series, because I just think it's really hard to play. I think back to Texas last year. Texas, it's like Texas could not lose a series last year in conference play. And what happened? They got to a regional. UTSA's red hot. UTSA beats them one game, and they really didn't know how to react. They kind of panicked a little bit. So I think for UCLA, if I was John Savage, and he would never come out and say this, but I'm kind of okay with a kind of an upset series loss, to kind of make these guys realize that, hey, we aren't invincible. Because as a coach, you can sit there and tell these guys all day long, this team can beat you on any given day. But until it actually happens, a 20-year-old doesn't really believe that.
Kendall Rogers, the best college baseball site.
Oh, thank you.
Is D1 baseball. Come on. It's a
all right. KP must have put
best.
That briefcase on your front porch last night.
Hey, after the Rams took Ty Simpson, I need any help I can get.
There you go. Yeah, that was interesting.
I'm a little jittery today. Kendall, I look forward to seeing you in the.
You got it, brother. We'll see you soon. Thanks, John.
You bet.
Thank
Kendall
you,
Rogers, D1 Baseball, joining us on the stream today from College Station, and look forward to bringing you the College World Series later this year. Well, it is that time. It is One Beer Friday.
Nice.
Going to change things up just a little bit for our final hour so that we can make room for radio and I can get down to the TV booth. But we're going to be joined in the final half hour. Krista Wood, Creighton softball coach, and Mark Kingston, Creighton baseball coach, prior to first pitch, will join me here from the ballpark. But coming up next, we'll kind of mix everything happy hour-ish together. Got some Troy Dannon press conference to go over. There was some things said today after the passage of the Memorial Stadium Improvement Plan.
Oh, yeah, there was.
And predictions. Another round of predictions. How did we do last night in our truncated first round draft, or first round of the NFL draft? And we've got a few more draft predictions to come this weekend. So all of that is coming up next on a One Beer Friday, live from Charles Schwab Field on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
We probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor. Yeah, for that.
I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I
week.
had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
It is the weekend. Woo! It's Nick's wedding weekend.
Whoa! I'm getting married, John. Somebody wants to marry me. That's cool.
Well, don't count your chickens before they're hatched yet.
She hasn't run away yet, John. We're already in too deep. We've bought all the beer.
Well, we will find out on Sunday for sure. But welcome to the weekend. It is a One Beer Friday. Josh not with us today. He's getting ready to run a marathon, we hope. He's been a little under the weather this week, so hopefully he is well enough to do that. We've had a busy show today. JB Long, the voice of the Rams, joined me to talk me off the ledge about the pick of Ty Simpson in the first round. I gave you my takes a little bit earlier on in the show. We just talked with Kendall Rogers of D1 Baseball, Husker baseball fans. If you missed it, Kendall sounds very bullish on Nebraska being able to host a regional. So you can check that out in the radio replay section or here on the YouTube channel. You can always rewind it and go back and watch that. We just finished up that interview. Of course, Kent's Movie Club with American Gangster. And now, as we ring in the One Beer Friday on this 24th of April, I'll let you know at the bottom of the hour, we'll be joined by Krista Wood, Creighton head softball coach, as the Jays get ready to take on UConn in a huge Big East regular season series, those teams battling for first place, and my conversation with Mark Kingston prior to first pitch tonight. That's why I'm here at the ballpark, Blue Jays and Butler Bulldogs. But before we get to Troy Dannon, because they finished up their press conference about an hour and a half ago at Memorial Stadium on the new stadium project, those of you who think that the Rams had the toughest night on the draft last night, if you thought that the Ty Simpson pick was too much of a reach, I will submit to you that somebody else had a worse draft, and it wasn't anyone that was picking anything. But if you're familiar with the story of Reuben Bain.
Oh, Batman.
Reuben Bain was involved in that fatal car crash back in March of 2024 in which a young woman fell into a coma, later died. He was cited at the time of the incident. Charges were later dropped. This was something that kind of came out in the news a few weeks ago. And while the NFL, a lot of the NFL teams already knew about it, this was just something that folks thought might have affected Reuben Bain's draft stock. Well, as it turns out, he was picked last night in the first round by the Tampa Bay Bucks. But prior to the draft last night, the Tampa Police Department put out a tweet that reads, "We are 24 hours away from welcoming our newest Buccaneer into the community and excited to partner up with him in the inaugural Safe Tampa Driver Program." The screenshot that we have, the tweet is then
been deleted.
Well, it's been deleted, but below it is the Tampa Bay Bucks official tweet announcing Reuben Bain's selection, meant to be a Buccaneer. But yes, the Tampa Police Department later took down their tweet.
Yikes.
Talk about bad timing.
Very bad timing. That joke is worse than the one I made earlier.
Yeah, just slightly
bad.
All right, as we get to the 5 o'clock hour, and again, if you have a picture of what it is what you're drinking this weekend, send it to us into the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed is at USC 1620. We don't have the video, but I will be playing the audio here of parts of the press conference. I think I'm just going to skip ahead to the Q&A section with Troy Dannon, Nebraska Athletic Director. Earlier today, the official proposal to expand, or actually not expand, actually it's going to contract, but renovate Memorial Stadium to the tune of $600 million was unanimously approved by the Nebraska Board of Regents. Troy Dannon, along with President Gold and others, including a couple of the regents, held a press conference about an hour and a half ago at Memorial Stadium. So we'll play some of it and react to it as it goes along. But to give you a few more details of what is to come with the Memorial Stadium Big Red rebuild.
Anyone go ahead with questions? Sam, go ahead.
This is both of Troy and Dr. Gold. This project has been on pause for a little bit of time. When was the moment when you're like, yeah, this thing's going to go forward, and what was maybe the moment where it came off of pause and to go for both?
Well, the moment it came off of pause is when Jeff said, let's take it off of pause. You know, there are, for us, this was our deadline. In order to procure steel and concrete, prefabricated concrete that we're going to need to get this going, we have to order it now. So we could have done this at any time. I would tell you, I think we were probably ready last June. We could have done this at any point in time. But I will tell you, there's a lot of things at a university that happen, and all these things need to be coordinated. You know, we don't operate in an athletics vacuum. And so when it was time, it was time. That time actually served us very well. Just how in the first several months of post-house settlement, the importance of the financial model has been magnified by 5. There was tweaks here and there we continue to find, and that goes back to the 100-year-old stadium. We've done a lot of work already. You see some trailers. We've taken the old kitchen out, and the old, if you were in the academic center or in the last year the development house, that's already been gutted. So work is being done. We're doing micro piles underneath of the west to stay on time. And that was approved by the board in December. So we've been able to do things along the way to keep us on time, but really it's just a matter of sequencing. And when the timeline got to the point where we needed to come to the board and we were ready with all other, I would say rails had all aligned and we were ready to go. Is that fair, Jeff?
Yeah, no, I think it's a great description. You know, you may not remember this, but I certainly do, that I was announced as the priority candidate for your university president the same day that Troy was announced. And I remember that first meeting that we had with the stadium planning group and an opportunity to really rethink this. And I would say over that time, and I do believe this is the right time for all the reasons that Troy mentioned, but I think the project has gotten better. I think there's been much more energy generated across the broader community, meaning the whole fan base. I think there's been a bigger and better understanding of the true deferred maintenance that will bring us up to standards on all parts of the stadium, which I'm not going to get into the trough discussion, but leave that to Troy.
Well, that's a shame.
But, clearly, that has to be addressed. There were considerations that had to be made regarding the season, and you know, Troy and others can address those if you have questions about it. But I think the project itself has gotten better, and I couldn't agree more. You know, as some of you may know, I have the honor of serving on the President's Roundtable on, quote, saving intercollegiate athletics, and the challenges that we face regarding the future of intercollegiate athletics. First of all, there obviously needs to be some changes and some guardrails put into place. But more importantly, it's very different than it was previously. And we needed to have a business model that not only got the stadium up to par, but could also support the future of what we need. And this dots the I's and cross the T's.
I'm going to pause it here for just a moment. Interesting, the comment there. And by the way, that's President Jeffrey Gold of the university system, talking about how there's a greater understanding by the fans about the deferred maintenance. and maybe even of some of the financial considerations. And that may be their impression. Just judging by some of the interactions that we get, there's still a lot of folks out there that don't quite understand why all of this is necessary. So I hope that, while I'm not denying that there may be some folks who do understand that there are things that absolutely have to be done in that stadium, and they are going to be expensive, I would still invite them and challenge them to continue to make that point very clear as this process goes along, because as people are inconvenienced, as seats are removed, as construction begins next year, there's going to be a lot of folks who are going to, wonder, well, what's happening to my stadium? Why does this need to be done now? So I hope that the sales process, because I think this is a good plan, and I think this is something that is absolutely necessary for the future viability of the stadium and for the finances of the athletic department, but to continue to sell that, because I think there are still a lot of people out there that don't quite understand all the, well, why does it need to be done? Why does it need to be this much? Let's go back to a little bit more, about another 10 minutes left here in this Q&A.
Well, I want to add one more thing to that. We got one chance to do this right. One chance. And this isn't personal for any of us. This is about giving Nebraska and Nebraskans something special. And I will tell you, the last few months have been making sure that we do this right. I think everybody's a part of this project, and there's probably 60 people that have been working together at one time or another. Every day that went by, every refinement we felt more comfortable that this is right. Sean?
That's right. Sean Callahan, Husker Online. What will the challenges be of the 1 year where you have 65,000 seats, just to kind of navigate that, knowing that you have more fans than that would want to be in for some of these games?
Yeah, and just the magnitude of that challenge, we have 66,000 season tickets. We have 7,000 students who have tickets. We're required by the Big Ten to give 3,000 tickets to the visiting team. Add those numbers up. That's a lot more than 65, which is what I expect we will be in 2027. And I hate to say, not that we haven't planned for that, but we have 8 home games this year. This is part of why we dropped the Tennessee series, and everybody got mad we dropped the Tennessee series, is because we foresaw that potential problem. Get 8 games because, one, we have to make our own budget, and a football game is $8-9 million each game toward the budget, so we needed that extra game. We're going to have a lot of conversations with those in the South, because that's where the changes are going to be. It may be, can we get by a year with mini packs? It may be, we may well take the first game of the season on the road. We may go to Kansas City again. I would love to do that. And if we could, there may be make good opportunities for some of our ticket holders. And Jeff said this, we got to take care of our fans. We got to take care of our ticket holders. And there is going to be inconvenience. There'll be inconvenience that entire season, not just the people that have their tickets. Parking lots are going to have, this fall, parking lots in the north are going to have materials laid down. And maybe where somebody parked, it's going to be inconvenient for 2 years. And that's why part of this is transparency. We're going to tell everybody what the convenience is. And I understand, I know what my email is going to look like. And I know what the phone calls are going to sound like. But it is just a part of progress, part of the price of progress. I don't have an absolute answer for how we're going to handle being down 15,000 people. But I know this, we got to find a way to not give them an option to not have tickets and get used to not being here. So we'll do something unique, I'm sure. Tyler's working on it. We've got, this is Tyler's fault. We just went through some reseeding in the volleyball, and it has really informed us with great lessons about how we need to proceed, even though the scale is so much larger in Memorial Stadium.
Mitch? Mitch Sherman from The Athletic. Troy, as you and Dr. Gold have suggested, it's a challenging time in college athletics, and there's already a lot asked of your donors. How do you characterize separating the discussions as you go to them tonight and moving forward in funding third-party NIL and the challenge of this stadium project?
Yeah, I don't think people realize what NIL is today. It isn't the days of everybody writing a check and how many people give us money and we'll go to 1890, deposit that, and then money's paid. That's not even legal anymore. NIL, the third party NIL, the above the rev share cap NIL, those are actual corporate relationships with the athletes. So this isn't a matter of, hey, I'm going to the donor now and instead of 18, you can't even do that anymore. So one, there is a distinction. Secondly, donors don't care for NIL. And they're doing it because they want our coaches to have success. And that's what's happened up till now. What the stadium does, though, is I would tell you, look at it almost as an endowment. The investment made by our donors in the stadium is going to produce revenue above debt. $15 to $20 million of that revenue early on and then growing from there. As the increased costs of college athletics continue, and I will tell you the number one increase in costs is going to come from player compensation in whatever form it takes. And I've got my ideas, but it's not what it is today. It's going to continue to grow. That's how we fund player compensation moving forward. Matt Rule has to have every bullet in his holster. And the ability to fund the player compensation piece, I would guess he would tell you that is the silver bullet. It is the most important bullet in his holster. So the idea that we have to fund this through our department, we have to find partnerships with companies for our athletes to get above the cap. But we got to be prepared for whatever's ahead. I will tell you, we will be prepared for an uncapped world. Because if we're prepared for an uncapped world, we'll be prepared for anything in between. But that's internal. The days of going to ask a donor to support NIL by writing a check are gone. It's illegal. And so part of it, there's misnomers as to what can really happen. And I don't blame anybody because the doggone rules change by the day. And so that's where we are sit today, but we're trying to prepare for whatever the inevitability of tomorrow is.
That was a very interesting answer there, and that's that part in the middle where he said donors don't care about NIL. This is, I believe, I hope I'm not putting words into his mouth, but we've talked about this before. When it comes to people with money, giving money, they want things that are tangible. They want things that have permanence. They want things that can have names put on them. And having buildings or stadium renovations, improvements are a lot easier of a sell than, hey, give us, this amount for a quarterback or give us this amount for an offensive tackle. So, and then of course him clarifying that, the idea that you as a donor can pay for a player is technically illegal. So again, this would be another thing where, and I'm glad he said it the way he did, but continue to sell that point. The estimations, by the way, and I don't know if he's going to mention this here. We only got a couple minutes left in this Q&A that we'll play. But the estimates are that it could be a 40% increase of future revenues, bringing in as much as $35 to $40 million more annually. That's more. That's money on top of your TV revenues and on top of all the other revenues that you have. But having an additional $30 to $40 million more, that's what they're banking on for all of this and why this is such an important piece. Like I said, only a couple more minutes left in this Q&A. There might be one or two more questions, so we'll play the rest of this and react to it on the other side. But again, Troy Dannon today talking about Big Red Rebuild, and then we'll have some other notes on it coming off of that.
Randy, go ahead. Randy Silver, MTV News. You brought up earlier about the Vandy getting reconstruction. What have you learned from that you can use for Memorial Stadium?
I'm sorry.
You guys talked about the Vandy earlier getting reconstruction. What have you learned from there? I'll help you with Memorial Stadium and maybe redid your plans as the Vandy has gotten underway.
Well, the number one thing is I think Tyler Kai put together and his team put together the reseeding plan. The communication was extraordinary. It was often, it was detailed, and he got those emails and he got those calls. And there was no way you do this without individuals, feeling aggrieved. But I think the way we learn to communicate, how we need to communicate, the things that people told us that they didn't know or didn't hear, I think all of those things. We'll have a sales center downstairs in the old radio space. That'll be up and running this fall. So one, people can come in and see their seats and view through AI what it looks like from their seat to the stadium. The more that people can put themselves in a position to understand what it's going to look like, the more we can communicate with them. That's the lesson we've learned. It is not structural, and it is not a void of grief coming. And we may be the only school in the country that doesn't reseat on a regular basis. Most people are used to that grief on around a 7 to 10 year basis. We're just catching it all at once.
Jake, go ahead. Troy, how much can this also, Jake Bartecki, News Channel Nebraska. Troy, how much will this stadium being a little more modern, the look of it, all of that kind of help recruiting as a whole as well?
I hope it helps student recruiting. The athletic department has a lot of responsibilities to itself, but it also has one to the university. It is the strongest marketing arm this university has. The more success we have, the more students that come. And we talked about this place being a front porch. We build business buildings, we build engineering buildings, we build ag buildings so that we can educate best in them. But when kids want to come to campus, they see that building and they know that you're investing in their outcome. Same thing's going to happen here. This is an educational building. And I know the academics will be mad at me for saying it's an educational building, but guess what? Our coaches are teachers, and they're preparing our athletes to be successful through the rest of their lives. And when a student comes to the game, my son was in 4th grade last year, and he learned the rite of passage in 4th grade was you came and toured the stadium. When young kids come in here, they need to see this and say, wow, Nebraska, I want to be here. So I think it's a dual responsibility. It's not just going to help Matt. We build a lot of facilities. Everybody says recruiting's about money today. Recruiting's still about more than money. Recruiting's still about the bonds you have and the relationships you have, the facilities you're going to play in. Money's important. But for the university, I think this is a great opportunity for us to help the university from a marketing standpoint.
All right, that is the Q&A portion of the press conference. Again, Troy Dannon speaking after the approval of the Memorial Stadium renovation, $600 million. Couple other notes that didn't get mentioned there, but going from Sam McEwen's reporting from the Omaha World Herald, there will be a new website that will launch tonight, and it will have a video. So they will have, everyone likes the pretty pictures when it comes to these things. So we'll get some of that. And this is new. The grass isn't going to happen. Nebraska will not install grass inside the stadium. Gannon said he has talked to Rule about it, and they agree. They like that the new synthetic turf that they put down last year is better than the one they had. So the dreams of restoring grass to Memorial Stadium are gone.
John, I hate it.
Also, Dannon said that the ticket prices will be tiered once it's all done. The lowest price tickets perhaps being half as cheap as the current cheapest ticket, with high-end tickets being more expensive. So in other words, the rich will be paying more of their share. Doesn't that sound like a good plan?
Yeah, I don't hate that one.
All right, there you go. There's the latest from that press conference earlier today. As we get ready to wrap things up, let's do some weekend predictions. It's round 2 of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions. Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
All right, yesterday we did a shortened version, mostly first round based. Nick, congrats, 6-3.
Thank you.
Josh and I each went 5-4. Finish up with the draft. What round will Emmett Johnson be picked in? We get the second and the third rounds tonight, then 4 through 7 tomorrow. I think Emmett gets his name called tonight. 3rd round. Josh is going 4th round for Emmett.
5.
All right. I think we've got it all pretty covered. Will more than one Husker be drafted? Josh says no.
I agree with Josh. No.
I disagree. I think we could see at least one, if not two. It would not surprise me if Sierra Wright also got in. I'm going to go yes. I'm going to roll the dice on this. Which team will draft Carson Beck? Former Miami and Georgia quarterback Carson Beck, Nick. I provided you with some of the odds. By the way, the top odds leader is Pittsburgh at plus 440, Arizona 5-1, Miami plus 750, along with Cleveland plus 750.
I'm going to go with the Cardinals.
I'm going to take the Steelers, and Josh says the Texans. Mr. Irrelevant, the last pick of the draft. What will be the position of Mr. Irrelevant? So, in other words, what position will this person play? I say Mr. Irrelevant will be a defensive back. Josh has a linebacker.
I'll go with OL.
Offensive line.
Yep.
Rockies and Mets. Nick, on your wedding weekend, pick the series.
Rockies
at Mets.
Sweep. Rockies sweep. Why the hell not?
Josh likes the Rockies to win it 2-1. I'm taking the Mets 2-1. Cubs and Dodgers start tonight. The hottest team in baseball, your Chicago National League Ball Club. Though I think the Dodgers will take the series 2-1. Josh agrees.
Dodgers sweep.
You are scum.
Love you, John.
Phillies and Braves. The Braves hosting the Phillies. The Phillies with the longest losing streak now in baseball at 9 straight. When will the Phillies losing streak end, or will it not end this weekend?
I'll go Braves 2-1.
But what day will the Phillies get their win?
Saturday.
Wow, we all agree Phillies will win tomorrow, not tonight. Brewers are hosting the Pirates. Pick the series. Josh is going Brewers 2-1.
I'll do Pirates 2-1.
I will too. I'm counting on Skeens tonight to get that first win. Celtics at the Sixers tonight. Celtics minus 7.5. Believe it or not, I'm going to take the Sixers to cover.
Wow. I'll go with the Celtics.
And so will Josh. The Lakers up 2-0 on the Rockets. Lakers are plus 8.5 at the Rockets.
Wow.
Josh says Lakers. I say Lakers. You say
Sky Rockets in flight. Afternoon delight.
Spurs minus 2.5 at the Trailblazers.
Spurs.
I will take the Spurs. So will Josh. Lightning at Canadiens. I'm going with my Canadiens. So is Josh.
I'll take the Lightning.
Ducks hosting the Oilers.
Quack, quack, quack.
I agree. Josh will take the Oilers. Flyers could sweep the Penguins out of the playoffs. This game is tomorrow, and Josh and I both think the Flyers will do it.
Well, I agree because Penguins famously can't fly.
And NASCAR, Jack Link's 500, pick 3, and this is cumulative finish.
Okay, I am going to go with... I didn't have the thing open. I was unprepared. I'll just go Blaney, Logano, Byron.
Blaney, Logano, and Byron. I will go Byron, Reddick, Wallace. Josh will go Larson, Elliott, Gibbs. And the main event, will you be spotted crying at the wedding this weekend?
I feel like I need to abstain from this one. I can manipulate this.
Wow, you're not going to. Josh and I both think you will.
All right.
All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, Christy Wood, head softball coach for Creighton, joins me next as we continue on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone.
Welcome back to Unsportsmanlike Conduct. It has been a good year. In fact, with just a couple of weeks left to go in the regular season, they already know they're headed to the Big East Conference tournament, but they're hoping for a little bit more. It's Creighton softball who has another road trip coming up, and their head coach, Krista Wood, joins us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Coach Wood, it's kind of nice to know that you've already locked up your first postseason trip with a couple of weeks to go.
Yeah, I mean, it is nice to know that we got more season after season, I guess. But our goal, I mean, is still ahead of us, winning the Big East outright and then winning the tournament, which is still within reach.
Is it kind of surprising just the way that the standings have worked out this year, that you've got those 4 teams that have kind of just taken off from the rest of the pack?
You know, I really didn't know what to expect, because this year we only take 4 teams. And in the past, since I've been here, we've taken 6. And so I knew it was going to be a dogfight to get into the top 4 because I feel like it was a dogfight to get in the top 6. So, but yeah, there's 4 teams that are up there that are, doing well. And it is a little surprising. Maybe there's some teams that maybe haven't had as much success as maybe they have in the past, but you just never know what you're going to get. You got to play your season and know how it's all going to unfold.
Coach, last week I had a chance on the Creighton Athletics Hour to talk to your catcher, Lily West, who has been with the program for 4 years. And by the time she leaves, she's going to have a lot of records. She's going to be top 10 in a lot of different categories. And one of the things she mentioned to me was how much you meant to her. What has Lily West meant to you?
Yeah, I mean, she was the very first commit I got here at Creighton, and she's been nothing but a very strong person, helping us set the standard. I feel like she's, got the best interest of the team in mind at all times. She's a hard worker. She's a competitor. She's always going to push people around her to make her better. And when you're recruiting and when you're trying to rebuild a program that was, up there, you're wanting to find kids that have the same beliefs and standards that you have. And, she's one of those kids that I think falls into that category that wants to succeed, wants to do her best, wants to be there for the team. I mean, she's played through a lot. I mean, every single game I've coached here, she's played in. And I think that's remarkable because you don't see that a lot nowadays. Number 1, with the transfer portal, number 2, with injuries and things like that. But, she does what she needs to do to stay healthy. She does what she needs to do to stay in the lineup. And that's just continuing to work hard and to never feeling like she's just satisfied with where she's at. She's always striving to be better. And a lot of times you'll find kids that get into that starting lineup and they kind of relax. And I think she's one of those kids that drives her to make her even work harder because she's pushing herself to stay in the lineup and continue to help the team. And that's really cool to see. And I'm really proud of her. She's, had an incredible 4 years, 50 hits in all 4 seasons. That's as a true freshman, she started for us behind the plate. So, and she's just done some remarkable things and she continues to make herself better every year.
What does it mean to a ball club that type of person is also your catcher?
I mean, yeah. So they're behind the plate, they're leading, they see the whole field. I'm the pitching coach for what we're doing. And so I work with her a lot on, just kind of trying to manage the pitchers and the counts and the hitters and what she's seeing up there. So, I mean, that's another piece that kind of comes into play with the relationship we've built is just, we've been through 4 different pitching staffs together. I mean, she's the catcher managing them and I'm the one calling the pitches and she's the one giving me feedback.
Talking with Creighton softball coach Krista Wood, the Jays have another road trip to the East Coast this week. They take on UConn, one of those 4 teams that, like as the Jays, have already clinched a spot into the conference tournament. You have really made a change, and this has come over time. Last year, you stole a lot of bases, but this year you've ramped it up and taken it to another level. You've already set the program record for steals in a single season. What was the thought process of trying to be more aggressive on the base paths and becoming a running team, because not only has it led to more stolen bases, but it's helped your offense. You're closing in on setting perhaps a run record for the season.
Yeah. So, you kind of have to figure out what your team's built on. And we might not have as much pop, like home run power, as we maybe have had in the past. So if you're going to be hitting singles, how can you make that into a double? And we kind of fell upon a graduate assistant, that Chance Colomb, who's really helped elevate our running game during the game. He came from Southeast Louisiana, where he helped their softball team. And if you look, they steal and steal and steal. And so we kind of brought that mindset, and we really worked on it a lot in the fall, in our fall games, and then in our off season, on just trying to cause a little bit more chaos on the bases. And what that means is, like, if we have 2 outs and we get a single, now I probably am going to need 2 more hits in a row to score that run. Whereas if we're able to steal second, now we're a hit away from a run. And it's hard to string 3 hits together. So if you can steal an extra 60 here and there, you're just now taking away the pressure off the hitters to string 3 hits together instead of, 2 hits together. Much easier to have back-to-back hits than back-to-back-to-back hits. So that also puts pressure on the fielders, on the pitchers. And when we're stealing, I mean, sometimes that distracts people, and we're able to do some things more offensively because they're worried about the runners on the base, and they're not worried about the run at the plate or the batter at the plate. So we did crush the record, and we still have games left. And we've been able to, steal single bases, double steal, and do a lot of different things and try to cause chaos on the bases so that we can score runs. Because as far as we're concerned, every run matters. It doesn't matter if we have 10 or 14 or 2, like, we're trying to put another run up on the board.
One of your newcomers has factored in big offensively. Tara Vanderwater had 9 runs driven in the doubleheader win last week at St. John's. This was a person who was basically coming off the bench for Oklahoma State last year. What did you see in her, and did you expect this kind of production in her first year in your program?
I mean, I recruited her out of high school and was able to watch her. She's from Iowa. I'm from Iowa, so there's that connection there. But she played for a Nebraska Gold team. And when I was up at South Dakota State is when she was recruitable age. And, I made the call to her on September 1st. And, she's a very good player. I mean, she is super athletic. She could play anywhere on the field. And I've seen her hit. She's got speed. She's got power. She's got it all. And so when I saw she went into the portal, I was like, I'm gonna give it a shot. I mean, I talked to her on September 1 of her junior year, and I know she's from Iowa, and I know she played with some of these Nebraska Gold kids that we currently have on the team. So let's see what her mindset is at this point, because I know this kid can help us anywhere. Offensively, she was phenomenal in summer ball and all of that. And she is one of the hardest workers as well. I mean, we have some really hardworking kids, but she does not take a day off. And she went down last summer and played in a summer league to get herself ready for Creighton because, obviously at Oklahoma State, she got minimal at bat. So she hadn't seen live pitching. And so she did what it took to make sure when she got here, she was going to be able to help us. And I never had a doubt in my mind that she was going to be phenomenal, and she's doing it. I mean, she's holding up the expectations I thought she could and help us. So she's an even better player than I thought she was, just here knowing how versatile she is defensively. And then she's come up big in some big situations, and she just swings with intent, and she plays hard, and she's really fun to watch.
Coach Kristen Wood, Creighton softball, joining us. They're at UConn this weekend. Then they'll come home midweek game against Omaha, and then wrap up the regular season against DePaul. So now, obviously you want to finish as well as you can in the regular season race, but obviously looking ahead to the postseason and the Big East tournament, try to get to the NCAAs. What do you want to see shorn up over the last 2 weeks of the regular season?
I think we're playing good softball right now. we're just taking it one game at a time. And I feel like we've come together, and I just want to continue to just stay on that path and fight together as a team and keep that consistency offensively, defensively. And I think we've kind of found our niche in what we're doing, and to know, like, all right, we just got to continue to trust our process and what we've been doing all season, because it's got us to where we are now. So let's continue to keep working on that on the same path. Our pitchers, I feel like, have really started to come along. We're pretty young in the circle. So they just need to continue to limit the free bases and keep us in the ball game. And it kind of shows. I mean, even at St. John's in game 2, we gave up 5 runs in the first inning, and our offense came back and scored, I don't know, 12. I can't remember what the score was, but we didn't back down or shy down to that. And I mean, obviously we don't want to put that pressure on our offense every single game, but the day before we won 2-0, and Audrey Gilman threw she didn't throw a perfect game. She threw a really nice game for us. So we just got to make sure that we keep ourselves in games and just compete. And I always just say, leave it out on the field. I mean, whatever's going to happen is going to happen here in the next 6 conference games, but we're going to go out and give it our best.
Well, Coach, we'd love to see a regular season championship. Obviously, we'd like to see postseason tournament success as well to get back to the NCAAs. Also, you kind of owe UConn a couple from last year at the end of the season. So hopefully you can get a little revenge on them this weekend in stores.
Yeah, I think our team's pretty excited. I mean, we've heard it's sold out senior weekend.
Nice.
So go in there and ruffle some feathers, huh?
Absolutely. Coach Christy Wood. Christy, we really appreciate it. Thanks. Good luck the rest of the season, and go get them.
Thank you.
That's Creighton softball coach Krista Wood. When we continue here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct, we'll count down to first pitch. I'll be joined by head coach Mark Kingston of Creighton baseball as the Jays get ready for Butler in a 3-game series starting tonight. You'll be able to hear all 3 of those games on our sister station, Yacht Rock 1180. I'll be back with Coach King right after this on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Welcome back to Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Weekend is almost upon us, but in here in about 20, 25 minutes, the week's work really begins for the Creighton Blue Jays, or at least the weekend's work as the Jays take on Butler. You'll be able to catch that game over on our sister station, Yacht Rock 1180, again starting here in about 25 minutes. But down here in the clubhouse with the head coach, Mark Kingston, and man, you guys have really turned things around from an offensive standpoint. How much of it is who you've played, maybe the pitching that you faced? But I know the last time we visited, you were really encouraged by all the good pitching that we've seen in the non-conference. And are we starting to see some of that bear some fruit as maybe we're not seeing as electric arms as we saw in the non-conference?
Yeah, well, before I answer that question, John, let me just reiterate how happy I am that we'll be on the same station that plays Yacht Rock. I know I've said that before,
yes,
but let me just reiterate.
Do you have a request for a song before we start?
I mean, you go Bee Gees, you go ABBA, you go Alan Parsons Project, you go Elton John, Billy Joel, whatever you want. Just anything from that time period would be great. So to answer your question, yeah, I think our offense is really making some good progress. And I think it's a combination of everything. We were really tested early on. When you play LSU and you play Tulane and you play Miami and you play San Diego and you play Utah and you've played Nebraska 2 times, we have faced a lot of really, really good arms, not to mention Gonzaga, who now is a top 30 RPI team. Their pitching was excellent. Sacramento State, a team that had beat LSU 2 out of 3. So we have played really, really good competition. And so along the way, maybe the record wasn't quite what we wanted it, but I think in the back of our minds, what we were hoping is that, okay, we will continue to see this level of pitching so that when we get to the Big East, if it's not quite that caliber from a velocity standpoint, from a command standpoint, what have you, and this is no disrespect to the Big East, but those are top 20 teams we're talking about that we've played throughout the year. So I think it's a combination of newer guys that are getting comfortable here, hitting coaches that are getting used to what makes each hitter tick. I think the average velocity that we're facing now has gone down a couple miles an hour compared to the teams we've talked about, and that does matter. It's the same reason why you see guys dominate in AA or AAA and they get to the big leagues, and it's not quite as easy for them. They go back down to AA or AAA and they start hitting again. So I think all of that is a factor in it, but the last 10 games we're hitting close to 350, hitting for a lot of power, scoring a lot of runs. So at the end of the day, that's what you want. You want the beginning of the year to be challenging, but not so challenging that, guys lose their confidence, so that the second half of the year, you're performing like we currently are.
Do you buy into the notion that as the weather gets warmer, the bats get warmer?
I don't know. It's easier to hit when it's warmer, I can tell you that, but it's also easier to throw harder when it's warmer too. So I think it's hard to quantify, okay, does the cold weather I would say the cold weather probably helps the pitchers more than it does the hitters because you don't want to get jammed when it's cold. But I don't think the velocities are quite as high when it's cold either. So I think that would be a discussion where you can really get a lot of baseball people in there and argue for hours and hours. A lot of places, this is not one of them, but a lot of places, the orientation of the field is such that when it gets warmer, the winds start to blow out. That's where it was at my last stop. Here, when it gets warmer, the winds blow in, so it's a little bit opposite. But I think that's because of a lot of fields being oriented the way they are. When it warms up, the winds are starting to blow out, and I think that's a big part of it as well.
Do we need to tell Glenn that he misspelled Nick Ventiker's first name because it's actually Babe Ventiker? I mean, he's hit 5 home runs in the last 6 games from a guy who hadn't hit any. What are you seeing individually with him and how his swing has really tuned up from a power standpoint?
Yeah, he's a sophomore now, so he's more comfortable. And the power is, I don't want to say it's misleading because he's hit it in some areas where we were playing on smaller fields and the wind was blowing out. So I don't want to discount that because you've got to make good, solid contact and the ball has to leave your bat at the proper angle to be in the realm of a home run potential. But he is playing really good baseball for us. Make no mistake. He's playing great defense. His strikeouts have gone down. His walks have gone up. You're seeing all the natural progression you want to see of a hitter going from his freshman to a sophomore year. So I don't anticipate being in Charles Schwab and having him hit 5 homers a week on a regular basis. But he's been a really good piece of the puzzle for us.
You've been you've tinkered with the leadoff spot
quite often this year. Rocco did it a lot. We've seen Washburn in that spot. Now Lou Rice, who's had some pretty good games here recently. How much of that are you still kind of tinkering with, or do you think maybe Lou could end up being that guy as we hit the second half or basically last third of the season?
Yeah, well, Lou was brought here because he had a lifetime 450 on base percentage, which lends itself to being a leadoff type hitter. Got off to a slow start, but over his last 10 starts, he's got a 480 on base percentage and he's hitting 370. So that's the perfect leadoff for us. Because when you have McHugh coming up and you have North coming up and you have Waxman coming up and you have Capisi and Dieters, those are all really good RBI guys. So we've been just trying to find somebody that would get on base significantly, and Rocco has had bouts where he's done really well and he struggled a little bit. So as we stand right now, Lou Rice will be our leadoff hitter. He's done a nice job getting on base for those guys, setting the table. So I don't see that changing for a while.
And a couple weeks ago, you kind of flipped around with the pitching rotation a little bit. We saw Shea Went, who really pitched well in this ballpark 2 weeks ago. Last week, backed it up to some degree at Villanova. Do you think that, that's a spot where you could see him stay in that number 2 spot the rest of the way?
I think it's TBD. I think obviously Jack has been our most consistent starter, so he stays in that Friday spot. Wilson Moggers, we all know how good Wilson Moggers is and can be for us. So I think you could potentially see a switch from 2 to 3 there. But for the time being, we're going to go with Wendt, just so that they're on a consistent schedule, and Moggers coming back off the injury. You want him with consistent rest, and he'll actually get an extra day since we played a doubleheader on Saturday last weekend, although I guess that's not out of the realm that could be considered this weekend too. But for now, that 1, 2, 3 is what we'll stay with.
When you look at Butler, obviously Rhodes in the middle of their lineup has some of the best power in the country. The weather conditions may not be as prudent for hitting a lot of home runs this weekend, especially in this ballpark, but do you pitch him a little differently knowing that, he's got some pop?
Well, I think you always need to identify the guys in the lineup who are the guys you don't want to beat you. And if given the circumstance, you need to walk them, or, there's an open base, you put them on base. Anytime a guy has 18 home runs, that grabs your attention as soon as you look at that stat sheet. So I think he's one of the guys we've targeted. They've got a couple guys with double-digit home runs. So that's something that we will be aware of. And we'll have, Coach Mold does a great job of figuring out strengths and weaknesses of our opponents. And so we'll do what we feel is prudent in any given situation.
You got a little bit of help, at least we saw it on Wednesday night. You were able to bring some guys out of the bullpen you haven't seen in a while. We haven't seen Goldenbaum for a while. What is his availability going to be this weekend?
He should be full go, and he looked really good again the other night. All you have to do is look at our stat sheet to see how important he's been to us. So what we hope is now that we have Moggers back and now that we have Goldenbaum back, like our pitching staff is starting to become whole, and we are able to use guys in the spots that we feel comfortable using them. And hopefully that is a big part of us making a really strong run here at the end. But Goldenbaum was good the other night, up to 94, and he will be up to 96 as it's getting warmer. But he threw strikes. The breaking ball was there. So he's a key piece of that bullpen, no question.
Do you need Connor and I to flash down Dolphin picks from the second and third round tonight, or are you going to wait until and not go spoiler free?
Well, if you do it very subtly. I don't want anybody in the stands thinking that I'm distracted. But if you want to shoot a text so it's waiting for me on my phone afterwards,
okay,
I'd be totally fine with that.
Unless it's someone you didn't want.
Yeah, and then that's TBD.
Coach, good luck tonight. Good luck this weekend. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, thanks, John.
That's the head coach. That's Mark Kingston. Again, Blue Jays and Butler coming up in just a few minutes here on Yacht Rocky 1180. That'll do it for Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Thanks to all of our guests today, Kendall Rogers, JB Long, of course, Kent and the Movie Club, Coach Christian Wood, and, of course, Coach Mark Kingston. We will be back on a Monday with a brand new Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Until then, I'll see you over on the TV side. This is John Bishop. Good night.
Live from